It says, "Hi, sweetie."
Okay, the time is now 7 p.m. So let's start the live stream. Joanna, do you have the ability to mute our guests until it's time?
I do. Sorry, I'm juggling the public invited to be heard, but yes, I will get right on muting folks. And then I just need about 10 seconds to pull up the other piece that I need real quick.
Okay, no worries. We'll give it just a minute. So we're also getting some feedback. So someone must have the YouTube going as well.
I'm ready now, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. Excellent. Okay, I will now call to order the regular City Council meeting of June 22nd, 2020. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, this meeting is being held electronically, and members of the council are participating remotely, pursuant to the council's electronic participation policy and to practice social distancing. Public access to the meeting is available on the Local Government Access Channel 8 for Comcast and Xfinity subscribers, or on the city's YouTube channel online. Public access is also available by telephone by utilizing the call-in numbers posted on the meeting agenda. All callers will be muted and may only comment during the times allotted for public comment as indicated on the agenda. If you're on the phone line waiting to speak to council and are also watching the meeting on YouTube or Channel 8, please know that there may be a couple of seconds of delay with the live stream. Please turn down your computer or TV volume as we approach the sections of the agenda reserved for public invited to be heard, so that you can hear council on the phone and to prevent background noise when you're unmuted to speak. Those calling in and wishing to speak to council may text 303-450-8757 to sign up to provide public comment. If you prefer to not text your name to the clerk, please speak up and indicate your desire to provide public comment when prompted at the appropriate times. Once you have been recognized, state your name and address and provide your comments to the council. Council members are not automatically muted, but it is a good practice to mute yourself when you are not speaking to reduce background noise and echoes. Thank you all for following these directions and for maintaining meeting decorum tonight. Joanna, will you call the roll, please?
Mayor Leidy.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilford.
Here.
Councilmember Witkovich.
Here.
Councilmember Peterson.
Here.
Councilmember Downing.
Here.
Councilmember Brown.
Here.
Councilmember Goff.
Here.
Councilmember Duran-Mollica. Councilmember Escobar.
Here.
Okay. We are going to begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. So I will share my screen and hopefully you will be able to see the flag in just a minute. Okay, can you see the flag? Yes, great. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Next, we have response to citizen inquiry. City Manager Geyer, do you have any responses to share tonight?
Nothing this evening, Mayor Lighty. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any additions or deletions to the agenda? Nope. Okay. So we are going to welcome Jenny Murphy, our Community Outreach Coordinator, because we are excited to do our June Neighborhood Beautification Awards. So I'm going to turn it over to Jenny, but just I'll pull up the presentation and you just tell me when to move on.
Great. Well, good evening, Mayor and City Council. A sure sign of summer for us all is the Neighborhood Beautification Program. And I'm happy to say that we're able to do this virtually. It's not the ideal way to do it, but hopefully some of the families that were awarded Yard of the Month this month were able to join us. I want to tell you a little bit about the program because the Neighborhood Beautification Program has actually been with us for 22 years this year, and it recognizes residents who do an outstanding job of making not only their homes, but of course their yards beautiful. Northglenn is divided into 13 areas, and we have volunteer judges for each of those areas. Nominations are received from residents and neighbors throughout our community. In June, July, and August, winners are chosen by the judges and receive a large lawn sign to display for that month. Our City Council then recognizes the winners at the summer meetings of June, July, and August, and each recipient receives a nice framed certificate. And this year we've added a larger keepsake garden sign that was made by our sign shop. So those are a nice keepsake to always remember receiving Yard of the Month. This month we are awarding only the Yard of the Month awards. And so with that, we can get started. Mayor Lighty, that's awesome. So our first winner is John, Lisa, and Liam Forlong at 10518 Madison Way. This home is in Fox Run area. I'm not sure if they're on the line. If you're on the line, you can certainly speak up. Okay, well, congratulations to them. Let's move on to the next home, which is Tim and Katie Fox, another Fox Run home at 11160 Columbine Court in Northglenn. Okay, the next slide. Another beautiful home at of David and Elaine Leemaster at 11823 Williams Way. Okay, next slide. And then we have Fred and Barbara Tapia at 1722 Truda Street. Another beautiful yard. Okay, next slide. Jimmy Brown and Mariah Tritz have this beautiful home. It's immaculate at 1761 East 114th Place. Okay, next slide. And our next beautiful home is owned by Alberta Baca and Mark Aguilar. It's at 1167 East 111th Place. Next slide, please. This home is owned by Robert and Ginger Hill, and their home address is 104 82 Carlisle Street. And I'm wondering if they might be on the line tonight.
Yes, ma'am, we are.
Okay. Mayor, I believe Robert and Ginger Hill are on the line if you'd like to speak to them. Ginger and Robert, who takes care of your yard?
That would be my sweetheart, Ginger. I mow. She does all the birdies.
Oh my goodness. Well, I see a lot of flowers there in the front too. I know that's a big job keeping it weed free and maintained like that.
Yes, it is, but I really enjoy my flowers.
Well, we can tell you love your home. You have a beautiful home and a beautiful yard, and we're really happy that you were able to call in tonight, and congratulations on your award. I'll be delivering some items to you starting tomorrow.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, have a good evening.
Thank you.
You too.
All righty, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
The next slide, please. The Dolph family owns this home at 63 Leonard Lane. Next slide, please. Patricia Abeda is at 548 Emery Road, another beautiful home and yard. Next slide, please. And this home on 10940 Acoma Street is owned by Sharon Abeda, and her son actually works for the city of Northglenn. Is Sharon on the line?
Yes, he is.
Hi.
Awesome. Hi, Sharon. How are you this evening?
I'm fine, thank you.
Oh, that's great. You have a beautiful home. I've taken photos of your home and driven by. It's beautiful. And I understand your backyard is quite awesome also.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, we put a lot of work and time into it.
That's great. Does Dino do the yard work, or do you do the yard work?
We all pitch in and do it.
That's awesome.
My son Dino Abeda Jr. works for the city of Northglenn, and he has a koi pond in our backyard, and those are his babies, and he's raised them, and then we have turtles, and we have all kinds of yard fun things.
Wow, we're going to have to see that backyard one of these days. That sounds amazing.
Sure.
Well, thank you so much for doing such a great job. You have a beautiful home, and I know you're very proud of your son also. We are too.
Thank you.
All right. Enjoy your evening.
Thank you. Same to you.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Oh, geez. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Next slide. That's perfect. So another beautiful home is owned by Solomon and Alma Palma, and they live at 10437 Lipan Street. Really a pretty home. Okay, next slide, please. Next, we have Troy and Amanda Enderly, and they live at 2320 West 104th Place. Their home is just so beautiful, and their gardens are gorgeous also. Next slide, please. And this home and yard filled with flowers is owned by Roman D. Herrera and Amy Trujillo, and it's at 1247 West 98th Avenue. Really beautiful yard. And next slide, please. And that does it for the month of June. So that was kind of a fun spot tonight, wasn't it? Thank you all very much for continuing with the beautification program and the hug signs and everything else you're approving it. I hear from people every day and you're making such an impact and a difference. And I just wanted to personally thank each of you.
Well, thank you, Jenny. Sorry, I had a little technical difficulties. I did not mean to not address everyone. All of the homes are beautiful.
They really are.
It's, this is always definitely a shining spot in our council meetings in the summer.
And we need those right now, so that's good. All right, well, have a great meeting, and thank you to everyone that did such a great job for the month of June, and we still have July and August to look forward to. All right, enjoy your meeting.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Okay, we are moving into public invited to be heard. This is an opportunity for public comment on any item not set for public hearing. Statements are limited to 5 minutes per speaker. Statements must be related to city business and limited to matters of community interest. Joanna, has anyone signed up tonight?
Yes, Mayor, we have several members of the public on the phone line. The
Great.
first person on the list is Sunny Hoagland. And so, Sunny, you are unmuted now.
Welcome,
Hi,
Sunny.
I am reading the statement on behalf of Northglenn resident Sunny Hoagland. Sunny intended to leave this voicemail themselves, but the voicemail system only allowed for 3 minutes instead of 5, which was a barrier. My name is Sunny Hoagland. I use they, them pronouns, and I live in Ward 2 at 1962 Truda Drive. I demand a police oversight board. I demand rather than ask, because I have worked with city governments before, have seen incremental change cost millions of dollars, constitutional rights, and most importantly, lives. As a biracial of Latino and white descent, I was radicalized by the efforts of Black Lives Matter, I Don't Know More, and my own lived experience of racism. I was taught to not see color, yet was fetishized by white people and their dreams of mixed race babies and racism. Meanwhile, my white stepfather routinely wore brown face. Meanwhile, my mother routinely hid my heritage from my white half-brother. My life was a secret. In that secrecy, my mother would insist I be grateful to my stepfather's obsessive tanning. Otherwise, nobody would believe I was her child. She told me my father, my real father, was a racist caricature, dirty, cheating, a killer, a rapist, a monster. And if I showed any negative emotion, I was him, not her, but half of the monster that he was. Thus, I spent my whole life agreeing, smiling, laughing at horrible, horrible things. Did you climb to get here, Spick? Oh no, I'm Puerto Rican. I swam here, was the canned response of my childhood. It wasn't until I married that I found my father's name at the Social Security office. After finding him, we swapped stories of an affair my mother had with her boss while they were married, how a racist judge refused to administer a paternity test declaring who was my father, how a racist court refused his plea of shared custody, how police made him waive his parental rights under duress. So we did that paternity test 24 years late. He is my father and he is not a monster, and neither am I. This racism in my mother, my stepfather, my peers, by police, by a judge and a court forced me to live a life that was neither safe nor true. The problem is much bigger than my mother's fetish. We have a system that sided with her long before I was born, and I will spend my life protecting our youth and my neighbors from the many facets of racism. City Council, are you on our side? Will you show that in the meeting? Will you take the small step of addressing racism by committing to a police oversight board tonight? Thank you.
Thank you, Sunny. All right, Joanna, who's next?
Next is Rudy Cecina Jr. Let's see. Okay. And Rudy is unmuted now.
Hi, Rudy.
Good afternoon. Hello. Thank you for your time. I just want to say a couple of things have come in the light this week. Number one is SB 217. In my opinion, Northglenn has all of the ability to comply with this immediately. There's no reason for us to wait 3 years. If we can get cameras for our justice center, we can get cameras for our police officers first. This is a good step towards getting on the correct path. We still have a lot of work to do, and hopefully we can get there. I also would agree with the lady I just heard speak, was that we need an oversight committee for our police force. Obviously, the policing the police doesn't work, and I'm very disappointed that we're even still talking about a 360 review of our police station, which was conducted by a retired police officer on obviously policies that were faulted. We kind of already know what the results are going to be of that, and I think we need to redirect, refocus on what we can actually do. I hear a lot of things in this community about this particular council and its inability to make decisions, and I really hope that's wrong. These decisions need to be made. They need to be made promptly, and it's time to make things right. This is the first step. I also heard last week a huge interest in the Black Lives Matter. Obviously, they worked hard to get these laws done. So let's show them, let's show our community, let's show the state and the nation that we're willing to be leaders in this and not stand by and wait. We have an opportunity, and I think we need to take it. For right now, I'm going to leave my comments there, but I really want to stress, for our children, we need reform. We need to think about what defunding means and how to reallocate those funds. And let's really step up and take the lead here. Okay, let's not be the city council that waits for another incident to happen before we make a decision. I hope you all agree with me. I hope you understand where I'm coming from. And I hope to see some big changes in Northglenn and our country. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Rudy. Joanna, who's next?
Next on the list is Alex Morgan. And Alex is unmuted now.
Hi, Alex. Welcome to council.
Hi there. Thank you. My name is Alex Morgan. I live in Ward 3. I am calling tonight in support of a Citizens Oversight Board, one that includes voices of people of color to establish accountability for the Northglenn Police Department. I have had personal conversations with Chief May, and I find him to be a likable human being. I personally am willing to extend to him the benefit of the doubt that he genuinely wants the Northglenn Police Department to be an organization that serves the best interests of public safety. I am also white, and I find it critical to acknowledge that it is a privilege to be in a position of extending that particular benefit of the doubt to the police chief. As I am learning more about the ways in which I personally and systemically operate within systems of white supremacy, I am learning the very crucial lesson that impact matters far more than intent. And so while the Northglenn Police Department might intend to be a non-racist organization, the impact of the police department within our city is not meeting this goal, and that impact is what matters. At the end of last summer, I was sitting in my home when a young Latina girl, maybe 15 or 16 years old, the same age as my own child, knocked on my door. She lived in Northglenn and had been out walking with friends when they were stopped by the police. She didn't know why they had been stopped, and her friends had become scared and had all scattered. She said she was disoriented and wasn't sure how to get home. Or, maybe she was just scared and thirsty and tired and was hoping that someone friendly could get her home. I drove her home, and as we rode, she told me that this was not nearly the first time she had been stopped by the police. She said it happened pretty regularly, and she was fairly certain it was because she was brown. I thought back to my own childhood when I used to rove neighborhoods with packs of friends. Were we obnoxious? Probably. Teenagers are neurologically programmed to test limits and to push boundaries and seek attention. And I can't help but wonder what would have happened to my psyche if these biologically necessary behaviors had been met by the police. And not just once, but repeatedly, as was happening for this young girl. I thought of my own teenager who rides their bike around the neighborhood and how terrified they would be to be stopped and unjustly accused, or even just have it suggested that they were causing trouble. And the impact on either of us is nothing to what I can imagine must be the impact for my Black and brown neighbors, for whom an encounter with the police, as American history has told us time and time again, is a life or death situation. Perhaps the intention of the police who stopped her and her friends was to check on them and offer them guidance, but the impact of the stop was far more damaging. It's hard not to be intimidated by an armed person coming at you. Police are not trained in the social emotional skills necessary to open these kinds of conversations. This is why I want to see an oversight board in place to examine and hold accountable the impact of the police department. To extend this thinking, I want to offer some reflections on just what public safety can look like. To quote the Movement for Black Lives, quote, "We know that the safest communities in America are places that don't center the police. We need look no further than neighborhoods where the wealthy, well-connected, and well-off live, or anywhere there's easy access to living wages, healthcare, quality public education, and freedom from police terror," end quote. I want you also to consider this story. I mentioned I have a teenager. When it was time for them to start high school, we looked into the schools within bike riding distance of our house. At one of these schools, we scheduled an appointment for a visit with the vice principal. We arrived as school was letting out and waited in the office. The secretary informed us that the vice principal was running late. She then turned to someone else in an adjacent office and explained that a student had been found cutting their body in the parking lot. I was shaken by that incident, but not yet appalled at the school. Teenagers can struggle in any neighborhood and in any system. I wanted to know what the school was going to do to support that child. When the vice principal came in from, in her words, dealing with that situation, the first question I asked was what the school has to offer their students in terms of emotional support and empathy development. The vice principal replied, "Empathy? In the real world, they got to toughen up." That is when I grew appalled. I just looked up this school's resources and they have 5 campus security officers and 1 SRO. Why are we allocating resources in this way rather than towards social and emotional support? And this could be a metaphor for our city. Why are we allocating so much of our resources to armed individuals with training in using force rather than to skilled individuals trained to use humanity, including but not limited to educators, social workers, mental health professionals, and housing support? And so I reiterate my initial voicing of support of a citizens oversight board that engages the voices of the community with an intentional inclusion of Black and brown voices so that the impact of our city matches the communicated intentions. I also would like to add that I recently learned that Northglenn is at least 30% Latinx. It is unimaginable to me that with such a high percentage of our population potentially speaking predominantly Spanish, we are offering city services in predominantly English. This goes hand in hand with my previous comments, as we cannot expect full community engagement if we are literally only speaking to 2/3 of the community. I leave you with this consideration. Are you in support of a city that listens to its residents, that holds itself accountable to its residents? And if so, how will you be showing that in this meeting? Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Joanna, who's next?
Next, we have David Dinsmore. And David is unmuted now.
Hi, David. Welcome.
Hi, I'm David Dinsmore from Northglenn, Colorado. My wife and I have lived here for 20 years. We are in Ward 4 at 10930 Hermosa Court. We raised 2 children here in Northglenn. 2 of the stories I have to say involve not specifically racial incidences, but specifically incidents with the police. One morning, I heard some noise outside of my window as I woke, and I looked out the window to see an armored car driving down our quiet street with a SWAT team hanging off the side of it with fully drawn automatic weapons. I thought, that's very strange. And I went to the kitchen to start to put together my breakfast when suddenly I heard a giant explosion. I ran to my son's room to scoop his sleeping body out of his bed and take him downstairs where I was sure he'd be safe. We huddled in the basement trying to figure out what was going on for a half an hour or so before we were brave enough to peek out of the window and figure out that they had done a drug raid 2 doors down from us on what was a suspected grow house. They used a flashbang and they knocked the door down. We sat in our house terrified for a couple of hours, trying to decide if we were going to take my son to school, who was still shaking. The second event that happened was with my other son, and we were struggling to get him up in the morning and get him off to school. I sat and coached him one morning about the importance of getting off to school and all of the things that were involved with that. I finally said, you know what, I will take you to school. We can stop and we can grab some coffee. We'll make it nice. When we arrived at his school, they were in a lockdown, and outside of the school were fully armed police officers with automatic weapons drawn at all of the possible exits that we could see from our car. I couldn't imagine the irony of trying to explain to my son the importance of going to school and arriving to find it looking like a war zone. I never again took my son and told him that it was urgent that he show up at school. I don't know what the policy is, or if there is a policy, or if there is a plan, but certainly we weren't asked how we would like it to be handled if our neighbors have a grow house, or how we would like to be handled at our school if someone thinks they saw someone with a gun. As I mentioned, this is not specifically racial information I'm giving you. I do have many friends who are musicians who come to visit me in Northglenn, and we record in my house. Among all those friends, every single one of them you would describe as a big black man. Every one of these people who comes to visit me in my house has never rung our doorbell. They sit in their car and they call me from their cell phone to let me know that they're here so I can walk outside and usher them in. I'm calling tonight to ask that please we talk about having a citizen's oversight for our police department. We have new Colorado laws that we're going to need to make sure that are being upheld. We have been told that there was a 360 review by a company that was self-selected by the police department. And even with this wrongful death suit that recently happened in Northglenn, how can we possibly be getting an A rating from the self-selected 360 review? When I have armored vehicles driving down my street, doesn't make me feel safer. When I have drawn automatic weapons outside of my son's school, it doesn't make me feel safer. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, David. Joanna, do we have someone else?
Yes, Michelle Dinsmore is next on the list. And
Okay.
I unmuted Michelle now.
Okay. Hi, Michelle.
Hi, thank you for giving me a chance to speak tonight. I just have been kind of following what's been going on, and I've lived here a long time, and I just thought that it was time for me to kind of share my story of growing up in Northglenn. I live in Ward 4 now. I grew up at 92nd and Huron, and now I'm at 104th and Huron. I lived here for many years. I'm Northglenn High School, class of 87. I went to Pecos Junior High School before it was PMS, and so they changed it to Niver Creek. And now I think it's actually a STEM school. And I lived right behind that school growing up. At my wedding reception at E.B. Rains Park in one of those little gazebos, and our friends came from all over the state and threw little bird seed packets so we wouldn't make a mess with the rice and hurt the birds. And we attended a church right off of Huron on 112th for a long time, and that's where we raised our kids. My kids both graduated from Adams County Schools too. And that was my husband right before. So I'm like, okay, that's cool. And they're still residents here as adults, and their friends have moved here with us. My parents moved here in the 80s because they did a lot of research. They're very good researchers, and they found that 5-star schools, besides having the name 5-star, which we found out later was the counties, they were really great schools. And the education here in the schools were very safe. They also chose Northglenn because of the affordable cost of living. They were able to get us a lot of house for not as much money over there off of Croak. And it had that small town feel. because they had moved here from like Loveland and Fort Collins, and we moved all over the country, and they wanted to get back home to Colorado, but they weren't ready to go back to Northern Colorado. So they chose Northglenn because it kind of had a feel like that. But then my school years here were rough because the pressure to fit in was really made clear from like school administration, teachers, and classmates. Definitely, I heard a lot of words in those classrooms and hallways that I had never heard in my home to describe members of Black and Brown community, members of LGBTQ community, disabled people, and women. And honestly, it seemed like anybody who wasn't white with a good amount of money was really fair game at that time. I drove with my friends to neighborhoods that had nicknames that I didn't know were racial slurs. That's just how I grew up, and that's just what I knew to be true. That part of town, when I found out that that was a racial slur, I was horrified. My friends and I had kind of hid anything about ourselves that was different. We wore really big baggy clothes because it was so common to kind of get grabbed or messed with in the hallways, or have somebody saying stuff about your teenage body, male or female. I was really lucky to have a lot of classmates that understood that wasn't normal, and we took good care of each other. And any time that we would try to speak up and make change, we were really ridiculed. And yes, obviously, a lot of times that ridicule would like elevate to physical assault if they could catch a few of us alone. We were good students, and most of us left. We went to colleges far away from the memories of growing up like that. We wanted to get away from the place where fitting in was the only path to safety. You know, all my LGBTQ friends were closeted at that time because it was very, very dangerous. And a lot of my lighter skinned friends of color hid some of the culture that they were living with at home. And I got to know more about their families as they started to trust me, but that wasn't something that they could feel safe sharing with the community at large. Then I started to come back here, and we came back for the good schools and being able to buy a house with a big little yard. We were trying to find a place in Denver that wasn't on a main street, and we got this giant yard, great house. We've had a lot of fun raising our kids here, but I was scared of that little small town thing. It really did seem like things had changed, though. Like my friend was in my wedding. I want to skip through this, but I just found that a lot of that racism has gone underground. One time I came home, my son was having a birthday party. I came home from work and found our Black and Brown friends in the driveway being pretty aggressively questioned by the police. They were looking for our backyard. They couldn't remember which house was ours. And so they peeked over a couple fences and someone called the police. And I'll never forget the look on that police officer's face as I walked up, and it turned into a really sweet smile. And it was not the face that he was giving to my friends of color. I ask you guys to create an accountability board and show your support for this.
Thank you, Michelle. You went right to the second. I appreciate your planning your 5 minutes. Joanna, who's next?
Next is Lauren Weatherly, and Lauren should be unmuted now.
Hi, Lauren.
Hi.
Welcome.
Hi. Thank you. So I live in Ward 4, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. And I am here in support of Northglenn convening a civilian oversight board for our police department as an important first step to pursuing racial justice in Northglenn in new ways. Many of you know me as someone who has been civically engaged for many years. I volunteer for Northglenn events. I serve on the Historic Preservation Commission. I attend a lot of board and city council meetings. And I want to be clear, I am a white woman of privilege. I was raised with the belief that my voice belongs in community spaces. And, you know, I've only really begun to recently understand that this is part of my privilege. And with the current worldwide unrest, including calls for racial justice and defunding police by the Black community, I have realized that I have a responsibility to redirect my privilege and speak out on this topic in my local community, the community that I care about so deeply, because no community is immune to this stuff. I personally have had many pleasant interactions with Northglenn police officers, But I want to share one interaction with you that I have not stopped thinking about. I spoke with an officer who was white at the Northglenn night out party a few years ago. I think it was 3 years ago. And I casually, making conversation and asked them, "Do you live around here?" And the response I got was, "No way. I would never live in a community that I work in. I think that's problematic because when I go into situations to catch bad guys, I need to not be distracted by knowing them as my neighbors." And as an educator who believes that relationships and empathy are core to community, this comment shook me. And I was just thinking, so the message is that police go in every call, assuming that they're intervening with bad guys and have no interest in knowing them as humans. And my interpretation was that use of force needs to always be an option, and it's much harder to brutalize someone you know. And further, when we have zero context for people that we're protecting and serving, of course, skin color becomes a factor, and implicit bias and racism, no matter how much training you have, absolutely has a backdoor to get involved with judgment. And so I had this interaction, and at the time, I think my response was something like, "Oh, okay." And then I nervously was like, "Gotta go." I didn't have the courage to challenge that conversation, but since that conversation, I found more courage. And I personally, I want first responders that are paid with my tax money to see humans when they intervene with people experiencing housing insecurity. I want them to see humans when they intervene with addiction problems or mental health crises, and all of which I've seen in my neighborhood. And to put it plainly, I do see a difference in how me and my white neighbors are treated by police and how my Black and brown neighbors are treated. And I want to be clear that this is not an attack on our officers or on you, City Council, but I do think that now is the time to acknowledge the groundswell of support for racial justice issues that have showed up in our community. As many of you know, my friend and fellow Northglenn resident Alex Morgan and I planned the Solidarity Walk for Racial Justice on June 6th. And, at the time we joked that it might just be us two standing in the park with signs. But 65 people showed up that day with only a few days' notice. And the nonviolent demonstrations that have happened for the past 3 weeks in Northglenn have only gained traction. And this past weekend, we marched with about 125 neighbors, all calling for a new vision of public safety and a focus on racial justice. The folks showing up are not the same neighbors who I typically see show up to council and ward meetings. And this feels really important. I think it means that the issues of racial justice and public safety are touching people's hearts, and they're calling them to engage, and I think this should be considered heavily. So while I'm committed to continuing to show up in civic engagement spaces as I always have done, I want to see robust efforts to engage neighbors who have not been civically engaged, people other than me. I priority placed on engaging people of color, our youth community, our LGBTQIA+ community, and other underrepresented voices. And I have to say on this note that in light of learning last week in the town hall meeting that 1/3 of our city is Latinx, I think it's unacceptable that there's not been opportunities made available in Spanish. So now this conversation is coming to you, our city leaders, and I want to ask you for the same consideration given to folks who typically show up. Again, I participate in a lot of meetings, and when folks bring you complaints about, typical things, fireworks, speeding, I notice that there's a response that's typically something like, "I'll follow up with you personally. We'll talk to our police or code enforcement officers, and we'll get some solutions going." And so the message from you to residents is, "I'm listening, you're valued, and we will take action." And I appreciate this at its surface. And yet what I'm hearing right now is that many residents want to see alternatives beyond code enforcement and police. And so I call on you to listen with new ears and value them and take action. And I realize this stuff is hard, it's uncomfortable, it challenges paradigms that we've been using to operate as a city. But I heard you discuss a couple weeks ago that residents typically, have a track record in Northglenn for not showing up when the city asks for engagement. And I just really invite you to deeply consider why and take action to reach those who've never felt like their voice was welcome. I feel that a police oversight board that prioritizes the voices of residents of color and other historically marginalized identities is one step to moving us to a place where residents of Northglenn show up and engage in new ways. And with a vision, all of us together, coming together and working towards new solutions for public safety. So I, just want to end with, I ask you, mayor, city councilors, please show support in this upcoming decision coming up this evening. And, Will you take a small step in addressing racism in Northglenn by committing to a police oversight board? I urge you to answer yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. Joanna, who do we have next?
Next is Zen Kretzinger, and Zen is unmuted now.
Welcome to council. What do you have for us tonight?
Hi. My name is Zen Kretzinger. I'm a 15-year-old youth council member from Ward 3. I'm here tonight because I believe that it is important for the city and subsequently the wider world to create a safer, more welcoming, anti-racist environment. This is important because everyone deserves to be treated with respect and dignity. Everyone deserves to feel safe, protected, and happy in their communities and outside of them. White supremacy seems like, and I don't know that people always know what goes into it. In 2001, Kenneth Jones and Tema Okun wrote a book about dismantling racism, and inside that book was a list of characteristics that contribute to white supremacy, especially inside an organization. I'm going to spend a little time discussing some of the things that are a part of this toxic system. An inability to separate someone from their mistakes, which leads to decreasing your opinions of people's value. Defensiveness, protecting yourself when offered any criticism. Defensiveness by people in power creates an oppressive culture because they do not open themselves to suggestions of change. The view that emotions lessen an opinion or decision, and the opinion that linear thinking is the only proper way to create a thinking pattern. It also involves invalidating anyone who expresses their emotions and people who use a different thinking pattern. And one more big point is the keeping of emotional and psychological comfort for people in power. The unspoken rule doesn't allow emotional growth and outcasts people who bring discomfort. One large example is treating individual acts of unfairness against white people as the same thing as systematic racism that has plagued people of color for years. White supremacy is damaging for everyone, and taking actions to improve yourself and your community is incredibly important in creating a healthy and safe environment for everyone. I want to be sure that my City Council of Northglenn feels strongly about creating an anti-racist environment for all our residents. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for calling in, Zen. Joanna, do we have anyone else?
Yes, PT Morgan is next on the list, and I will unmute PT right now.
Hi, City Council. My name is PT Morgan. I'm I live in Ward 3, and I'm just calling to say that I'm in support of the Citizens Overview Board. Speaking as a military man, I spent several years with U.S. Army Special Forces, and we had to go through years of training before we were ever allowed to see combat. And if we ever got in trouble or had to fire a shot, everything that we had to do, we had to answer to somebody. And I know that I've got a lot of friends that are law enforcement, and spent a lot of time around law enforcement, and I actually am a very pro law enforcement person, and I don't think that this should be looked at as a shot that we don't appreciate our police officers and we don't respect them and we don't trust them. But I think it's only fair that the citizens do have a voice in what actually goes on and how things are handled. And working with special forces, after all the training we would do, at the very end of it was a 6-month-long course, and it was our cultural training, and it was all about hearts and minds to dial us back and remember and to train everybody that what we're going over there to do is to work with the people and win over their hearts and minds and try to make it a better community to live in. And I think that what we would try to do is, instead of if something happened in another branch somewhere else on the other side of the country at a different military base, instead of us trying to be reactive to it, we would try to be proactive to it and say, well, how are we not going to let that happen in our unit? And so I would say that it's not looking at our law enforcement agency and saying that they are a problem, but maybe addressing it before it becomes a problem. And I don't want to take up too much more time, but just that's my opinion. And I'm all for the board being assembled.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. Joanna, who's next?
The next person on the list is Wesley Dunbar. And Wesley, you should be unmuted now.
Hi, Wesley.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, Wesley Dunbar. I live in Ward 1, 10458 Ogden. But not only am I a resident, but I am a clergy person, pastor of St. John's Lutheran on 11040 Colorado. So I spend all of my life on 112th and Irma and 105th Place and everywhere. I too want to speak in support of the Civilian Oversight Board. I'm in agreement with this idea and assembling it. I agree that a larger police budget must enhance police effectiveness in community policing and must have accountable measures to define a decrease in crime and not an increase in violence in dealing with the public. I'm a proponent of restorative justice and see no value in retributive measures. I want to see greater training for police in conflict resolution, mental health assessment, and nonviolent methods. As a community, state, and nation, we must decriminalize drug use and provide adequate health care, mental health resources, and community resources to address this health care issue, not a law and order issue. All of these issues related to policing have an underlying element of racial profiling and racial injustice. Every city council member and police officer should be required to go through a dismantling racism workshop in order to be fit for duty and service. In addition, access the resources of Law Enforcement Action Partnership Organization that's been around for a good 18 years. I would like to read the following 9 principles of policing attributed to Sir Robert Peel. They are fundamental to community policing. I imagine police officers all know them, were probably tested on them. Their principles are sound. And all of them, with a reasonable interpretation and application, speak to civilian oversight, use of force, racist policing practices, and community policing. To consider these principles deeply and hold police accountable to them on a daily basis would dramatically change our community life. Principle number 1, the basic mission for which the police exist is to prevent crime and disorder. Principle 2, the ability of the police to perform duties is dependent upon public approval of police actions. Principle 3, police must secure the willing cooperation of the public in voluntary observance of the law to be able to secure and maintain the respect of the public. Principle 4, the degree of cooperation of the public that can be secured diminishes proportionately to the necessity of the use of physical force. Principle 5, police seek and preserve public favor not by catering to the public opinion, but by constantly demonstrating absolute impartial service to the law. Principle 6, police use physical force to the extent necessary to secure observance to the law or to restore order only when the exercise of persuasion, advice, and warning is found to be insufficient. Principle 7, police at all times should maintain a relationship with the public that gives reality to the historic tradition that the police are the public and the public are the police. The police being only members of the public who are paid to give full-time attention to duties which are incumbent on every citizen in the interest of community welfare and existence. Principle 8, police should always direct their actions strictly towards their functions and never appear to usurp the powers of the judiciary. Principle 9, the test of police efficiency is the absence of crime and disorder, not the visible evidence of police action in dealing with it. I think from the stories you've heard from so many of the people this evening already, you can see so many of those principles that have not been honored. In closing, I recommend to you reading White Fragility by Robin DiAngelo, The Myth of the American Dream by D.L. Mayfield, and Waking Up White by Debbie Irving. Thank you. Respectfully submitted. Pastor Wesley Dunbar, St. John's Lutheran Church.
Thank you so much for calling tonight. Joanna, who's next?
Next, we have Aaron Hoagland. And Aaron is unmuted now.
Hi, Aaron. Welcome to City Council.
Hi there. Thank you. I am a resident, I believe, of Ward 2. I'm at 1962 Truda Drive. I'm calling very much in the same vein as so it seems everybody tonight so far. My concern is essentially looking at what's going on in the United States right now, and civil unrest and protests for racial equality and justice in policing. And I'm very, very much in support of a police oversight board, not an advisory board, but an oversight board that legitimately has some ability to guide and judge the actions of the police. In addition to that, one thing people are hearing about that they seem to be very scared of is defunding the police, which I think a lot of people hear that and they think abolish, but that's really not what defunding the police means. It means taking a look at the budget and how money is allocated for policing and maybe putting it somewhere else, like reallocating city funds to help with houseless prevention, or investing in education or social services like mental health, or creating an agency that can be dispatched when police aren't inappropriate, or when police are inappropriate. Having someone come to your home that is a social worker rather than an armed police officer who won't escalate things would be fantastic. And that's something that I'd very much like to see become the standard. As well as, sorry, I have a list and I have to read off of it before I forget because I have ADHD and don't remember things well. One thing I was looking at with the budget for the Justice Center and so on is I don't understand how we can't afford body cameras. I think I heard on a call a week or so ago that it just wasn't in the budget, when it seems like something that it doesn't just protect officers or the city, it protects the people. If there's frivolous lawsuit brought against the city, it can be reviewed and, might save some money in the long run. And then, since I have a little time, I wanted to tell you a little story. I was raised in a household, I'm white, and I had this, my family had this idea that, you're white, and when you're free, white, and 21, you can do whatever you want to do. Didn't realize what this meant until I grew up and started to take a look back at things. And realistically, yeah, it meant a lot. When I was a kid, I used to like to go outside and talk to my neighbor on our little handheld radios. And one night, I don't know, it was maybe 10 or 11 o'clock, I had a police officer roll up on me, hop out of his car, and draw his gun on me. I was probably 10. I don't know what he thought I was doing, but the fact that a child outside of their own home, playing with a walkie-talkie, has a gun drawn on them by a police officer is terrifying to me. But what was worse was as I grew up, that officer was my student resource officer when I went to high school. So I did 4 years of high school with the resource officer who pulled a gun on me when I was an adolescent. I do not support SROs or armed police in any school. I am, how old am I? 35. I am a child of Columbine, though I wasn't there. That's very much what shaped the later years of my education. And I have never felt safe with an armed officer near me in a school. I don't think it's appropriate. I don't think they help. And I would like to see them gone so that other people maybe don't have to go through that daily trauma of seeing somebody pull a gun on them that's supposed to keep them safe every day. And that's really all I have.
Thank you, Aaron. Joanna, who's next?
Hi. Hi, honey.
Okay, next is Amber Martinez. And Amber is unmuted right now.
Hi, Amber. How are you?
Good, thank you. My name is Amber Martinez, and I live in Ward 3 of Northglenn. I demand a civilian oversight board. My brothers are Black, and they do not like coming to visit me because they say they don't feel comfortable because of the police. One in particular says he feels like he is harassed by them and not liked by them. My other brother has been a victim of police brutality in Adams County. He has had his face smashed into the road, leaving road rash all over his face and his earlobe hanging on his ear by a thread. He was not resisting arrest at this time either. My friends of color do not feel safe around the police here either. When they hear sirens, they leave my porch and go inside my house, not because they have anything to hide, but because they are in genuine fear. This is very sad and angry that they fear the very people who are supposed to serve and protect them. I know there has already been a wrongful death due to excessive force, and I worry there may be more. Recently in my apartment, 6 police cars pulled up and the officers jumped out of their cars with their automatic weapons drawn. This is scary because my kids play in the same area. That would have been traumatizing for my kids to see, and it could have put them in great danger of being shot by an overzealous police officer or a shootout. I had to explain to my kids that if they ever see that many officers pull up or guns drawn, that they needed to get inside as quickly as possible. I also had to find a balance of how to talk to my kids about staying safe from these situations and contacting officers when they need help. It's hard to know what to tell my kids. I fear for the safety of my Black neighbors. I am always on my toes when I see people of color interacting with the police. I will always stand up for the safety of people of color. And with that being said, I also fear for backlash and retaliation from officers. I also would like the police officers pulled from school. My kids don't feel any safer with the police officers in there, and only about 40% of Black students feel safe with having an armed officer in the school. City Council, are you on our side? Will you take the small step of addressing racism by committing to a police oversight board? Thank you.
Thank you, Amber. Joanna, where are we?
The next person on the list is Brian Weatherly, and Brian is unmuted now.
Hi, Brian. Thanks for calling. Brian, can you hear us?
Sorry, I was muted on my side too.
That's okay. That's okay. Welcome.
Thank you for your time tonight. My name is Brian Weatherly. I grew up in Westminster, but I've lived in Northglenn for the past 9 years. I live in Ward 4. I'm also speaking with you tonight to express my support for a civilian oversight board of the police department. After watching the video of the murder of George Floyd, and over the next several days following, I was glued to Twitter. I was unable to look away and witness hundreds of acts of gut-wrenching violence, the most egregious of which were perpetuated by law enforcement officers against people lawfully protesting. The result of watching all this unfold were feelings of anger, guilt, shame, and helplessness. None of these feelings are constructive. And since then, since over the next few weeks that have passed, the anger has subsided. And the guilt and shame came from the fact that it took a global pandemic, a global depression, and yet another horrific act of police violence to get me to pay attention. I no longer feel helpless because I'm beginning to understand the root cause of this violence and what we can do about it. This country has a racism problem and this country has a policing problem. The latter stems from the former. Throughout my early 20s, I had more than a few run-ins with law enforcement and the criminal justice system. I was a spoiled white kid who grew up in middle-class suburbs, who was struggling with some pretty serious addiction issues. I'm not going to go into all of that, but with the exception of one particular incident with the state trooper, I never felt any danger from police. And I can say on almost every occasion, I was given a pass by police when I was arrested, prosecutors when I was charged, and judges when I was sentenced. I believe in my heart that if my skin was a different color, it could have impacted the way I was treated at any stage of this process and could have easily changed the course of my life. And I would not have been afforded the opportunity to eventually get my life on track and be able to sit here today. But this isn't about me. There are millions of people in this country that are not given that pass in any aspect of society. As a white male, I get to choose how I engage with racism, even now with everything going on. Up to this point, I certainly condemned it, but I never truly acknowledged it, and I've chosen to ignore it most of the time. But what I'm committed to do now is to stop ignoring it. Speaking to you tonight is part of that commitment. We cannot pretend that Northglenn is immune from the problems we're seeing across the communities, especially based on some of the stories we've heard tonight. We cannot pretend that people of Northglenn will not suffer and die from excessive police force, because they have. We need to take a fundamental look at our policing practices and figure out what we can do differently and make things better. Northglenn has the opportunity to set an example for other cities in the metro area and across the country. We've already started the conversation. We've completed the 360 assessment of certain policing practices, which we can now review. We have a responsive city council and city staff. We have a police chief and police department that is listening and willing to engage with the community in these discussions. The Citizens Oversight Board is the next step. Northglenn can be a leader in the changes we desperately need as a community and society. Thank you.
Thanks, Brian. All right, Joanna, who's next?
So I'd like to see if Kirk Sorrell is on the phone line. Kirk, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Perfect. Okay.
Hi, Kirk. Welcome to council. How are you?
I'm doing fine, thanks. And all of you folks?
We're great. Yeah.
Good.
What do you have for us tonight?
Yeah, I texted in a comment and wasn't necessarily expecting to be speaking, but here I am. I had just texted in some support because I have been very much moved by the comments of the previous speakers this evening. Despite being a child of the 60s, I have not been radical in my thinking, have not been anti-police, am still not anti-police, have not had any stories to give about overreach by the police. However, I have recently come to realize that a lot of that is because I am of the privileged class. White, a guy, middle class, how could I have things better? So I do need to also speak up then in support of the other callers, what they're calling for, such as body cameras. I'm amazed that should even be a question. For the oversight board and for defunding as defined as reallocating resources to those who can support the community's needs best. So that, I think, will cover me. I thank you very much, all of you, for your time, and good deciding to you.
Thanks, Kirk.
Thank you.
All right, back to Joanna.
Okay, so I have a few voicemails that residents left for public invited to be heard. So I am hoping that the volume is adequate so that council and everybody can hear these messages. So I will go ahead and play. I think the first caller has a two-part message, so I'll start with her first voicemail.
Hi, my name is Sonia J. I am in Northglenn, Ward 4, and I am in full support of the Civilian Oversight Board. I'm unable to attend the community meeting tonight, but I definitely am grateful that I can leave a voicemail. I knew that I needed to start getting more involved when I saw the amount of taxes that my property has gone up in just the last couple of years. It's such a huge difference. And then I happened to stumble on the information about how much money we actually paid as the taxpayers of Northglenn for the record-breaking wrongful death suit and excessive use of force. The money that was paid out for this lawsuit by the residents of Northglenn is through the roof. And I'm stunned that there isn't already a civilian oversight board. It doesn't make sense to me. when my 7.5-year-old son asked me if his skin color was too dark and if policemen would be looking at him differently, I knew that I had a big problem on my hands, especially because that came shortly after reading about, again, I stumbled on the wrongful death lawsuit that Northglenn paid out. And the residents of Northglenn had little or no input as to how that happened. And we have little to no input as to how our police conduct themselves. I told my 7.5-year-old son, you know, policemen are supposed to be on our side and they are here to help. And that's what I would expect from you if you became a police officer someday. I said, but unfortunately, in the times that we're living, they do exert excessive use of force. They do cover each other up. They do things that you can't always trust that they're going to be on your side, unfortunately. And it broke my heart to actually have to say that to my 7.5-year-old, because I know that it took a piece of his innocence away. And that's what I'm going to have to mold him into is, yes, police officers are supposed to help us, but they don't always help us. And if they do something like kill you,
did her voice line?
Sonia J again, my voicemail time got cut off. Again, from Ward 4. And I was stating that, you know, it breaks my heart to have to tell my 7.5-year-old son that his skin color may get him in trouble, even if he's not doing anything to actually get into any kind of trouble. And so I ask you, City Council, are you on our side? Will you show that in your upcoming discussion this evening? Please take the small step of addressing the racism. Nobody wants it to be people versus police. We want them to be accountable for their actions. We want them to think twice before they think that they can take somebody's life or get away with any kind of police brutality, whether it's the unnecessary use of force to shooting their guns. I mean, there has to be a way, a better way than killing people off, and especially people of color. Will you please take the small step of addressing the racism? I read an article, was reading an article about police don't make most Black students feel safer. And it was a survey done in New Orleans of the students there, conducted by Tulane University during the 18-19 school year. It showed that 69% of white students say they feel safer in the presence of police, while only 40% of Black students say the same. The recent killing of George Floyd, a Black man killed by a police officer in Minneapolis, is fueling nationwide protests and prompting school districts across the country and really across the whole world. If it didn't happen, we wouldn't be protesting, is what I keep telling people that want to say all lives matter. Yes, all lives matter, but not all lives are treated equally. And so please, please have the conversation. We need to figure something out as a community. And I think there are plenty of intelligent and good-willed people in our neighborhoods, in our communities, that we can all work together. And we need to teach our police officers a different way of handling criminal activity. There are ways to shoot people that you don't have to kill them. And there's no reason to pump somebody with 8 bullets to the back. There's no reason to keep your knee on somebody's neck, obstructing their air passage for 8 minutes and 47 seconds. I hope you will consider this. Thank you for everything that you guys do. I know it's a tough job, and I, as a resident of Northglenn, just want to be supportive and productive about this movement. Thank you. Hi, this is Sonia J again.
Sonia did not leave a third message. So those were two of Sonia's messages. And then here is another voicemail, I believe, from Tran Wills.
Hello, my name is Tran Wills, resident of Ward 4. Dear City Council Mayor, Chief of Police, and City Manager, racism towards Black, Indigenous, people of color exists in Northglenn. We need to establish civilian oversight of the Northglenn Police Department now. This effort would engage more diverse voices in our city to make decisions about our police practices, challenge the current system of the Northglenn PD, investigating themselves, and also create a way for residents to have a strong voice in police accountability. A resource I have learned a lot from, www.joincampaignzero.org, and I want to read a following passage. Police usually investigate and decide what, if any, consequences their fellow officers should face in cases of police misconduct. Under this system, fewer than 1 in every 12 complaints of police misconduct nationwide result in some kind of disciplinary action against the officer responsible. Communities need an urgent way to ensure police officers are held accountable for police violence. By establishing an effective civilian oversight structure, police commissions civilian complaints with the following powers. The police commission should determine the police for the police department based on community input and expertise. Share policy and policy changes in publicly accessible formats. Discipline and dismiss police officers. Hold public disciplinary actions. Select a candidate for police chief to be hired by the mayor. Evaluate and fire police chief if needed. Receive a full-time competitive salaries for all members. Receive regular training on policing and civil rights.
And this is the second part of Tran's voicemail here.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor, Chief of Police, and City Manager of the City of Northglenn. My name is Tran Wills, resident of Ward 4. Racism towards Black, Indigenous, people of color exists in Northglenn. We need to establish civilian oversight within the Northglenn Police Department now. This effort would engage more diverse voices in our city to make decisions about our police practices, challenge the current system of the Northglenn PD, investigating themselves, and also create a way for residents to have a strong voice in police accountability. A resource that I've learned a lot from, www.joincampaignzero.org, and I want to read a following passage. Police usually investigate and decide what, if any, consequences their fellow officers should face in cases of police misconduct. Under the system, fewer than 1 in every 12 complaints of police misconduct nationwide result in some kind of disciplinary action against the officers responsible. Communities need an urgent way to ensure police officers are held accountable for police violence. By doing so, we need to establish an effective civilian oversight structure. This structure is a civilian complaints officer. They would receive investigation and resolve all civilian complaints against police in 120 days. Establish multiple in-person and online ways to submit, view, and discuss complaints. Be immediately notified and required to send investigators to scene of police shooting or in custody deaths. Be allowed to interrogate officers less than 48 hours after an incident where deadly force is used. Access crime scenes, subpoena, witness, and file with penalties for non-compliance. Make disciplinary and police recommendations to the police chief. Compel the police chief to explain why she does not follow recommendations. Be housed in separate locations from the police department. Be funded at an amount of less than 5% of total police department budget. Have at least 1 investigator for every 70 police officers or 4 investigators all times, whichever is greater. Not have current, former, or family or police officers on staff, including the director. Have its director select candidates offered by the community organization. Remove barriers to reporting police conduct. For all stops by police officers, require officers to give civilians their name, badge number, reason for stop, and car with instructions and file a complaint to the civilian oversight structure. City Council, are you on our side? Will you show that in your upcoming discussions this evening, will you take the small steps of addressing racism by committing to a police oversight board? I hope to see you step up and do the hard work involved in dismantling racism that enables racism in our community. Thank you in advance for listening to my voice and considering my request. Thank you.
Tronwells of Ward 4.
Okay. Joanna, is that it?
In addition to that, I have two emails that were submitted for public comment.
Okay.
So I will go ahead and read these. The first one is from Riley Geistman from Ward 3. I am concerned that the oversight method for the Northglenn PD is by an internal affairs review. Given the recent wrongful death and excessive force settlement in Northglenn and the shifting national stance on police accountability and its ties with systemic racism, a civilian oversight board should be created with the power to investigate and discipline police officers. Internal review is ineffective at holding officers accountable for their actions and reduces community trust in the police. City Council, will you acknowledge that there is a possible conflict of interest with internal affairs review that would not be present in a civilian oversight board? Will you take action to address systemic racism? Thank you, Riley Geistman. The next email is from Don and Bernie Matheson. We have been Northglenn residents since 1970 and love our city. Our thoughts on the banners. There is a big difference in supporting equality versus supporting a political group that wants to defund our police. We cannot support any activity that does not apply to the needs of our city. We support justice and equality for all people. We also support our excellent police department. We do not want Northglenn to defund our police department, not in any way. It is the responsibility of the city government to support our constitutional rights of each and every citizen peacefully. We do not support the city government using taxpayer dollars to support any unconstitutional activities. As members of Ward 4, we feel that our excellent police department should be free to march peacefully in solidarity with the citizens in the organized marches. We are proud to be Northglenn residents. Sincerely, Don and Bernie Matheson. And okay. Those were all the public comment inquiries that I received prior to the meeting, but I just want to make sure that I didn't miss somebody on the phone line. So if you don't mind, I'll unmute everybody right now and see if I had overlooked anybody who had called in.
Prior to the meeting, but I just want to make sure that I didn't miss somebody on the phone line.
So if there's anybody that I missed on the public invited to be heard sign up list, if you could speak up now. I think that's all for public invited to be heard. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move into communications. We'll go backwards again. So, Councilmember Escabel, what do you have for us tonight? Well, we got to unmute you first.
There you go.
There you go.
I'm glad that I was not I'm glad that I was muted. I have no new updates in terms of the update from my perspective. I do want to comment on and thank everybody who had their input and had their say. I appreciate, and I listened and I heard. Hopefully we can come to some understandings as we progress. That'll be it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Wilford.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Let's see. As far as updates, last Friday I participated in the Colorado Communities for Climate Action annual retreat. Things were a bit different this year as it was held virtually. New officers were formally selected, including Erica Sparhawk, I believe that she's from Carbondale, as our new president, and Ashley Pearl of Aspen as our new vice president. I also want to give a quick shout out and thank you to Council Member where are you? I'm sorry, Councilmember Goff, for joining for the second half of that retreat. It was really nice to have you there. Additionally, Becky Smith from staff, who also joined and helped to staff and support our work there, for being able to join us. So as far as the content of the retreat, you all may remember that right now the board of CC4CA must unanimously approve the policy statement. We did review that statement or that policy and decided to maintain the unanimous consent requirement for the time, for at least for the next year. The policy statement did change in a couple of minor ways, and we'll be sure to go through what those changes were when council reviews the document for ratification before August. Otherwise, it was really positive to see how much of the organization has grown in the last couple of years. I'm excited to share that we're at 34 communities, and these aren't just communities on the Front Range. These communities represent rural, urban, and suburban places, as well as communities across the political spectrum. And I'm really proud of our work and glad that everybody can come together to advocate for climate action in our state. So that was one big update. The second is more of a question for Heather that I would just love some more information on. Residents received a letter included in their water bill during this last billing cycle. I had a resident reach out and ask me what the heck it meant. I read it myself and had absolutely no idea. And so I wondered if either now or sometime in the future, you could help me as well as the rest of council and residents understand what that letter was about, what it means, and if residents should be concerned, because it, again, was something I didn't understand at all. So let me pause there for a moment and ask City Manager Geyer, do you want to respond now or do you want to wait?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Wilford. Kent Kisselman is on the phone. I can certainly respond right now, as well as Kent. I would say overall, it's not of concern. We're adhering to a guideline requirement by the state of Colorado to make sure that we disclose that there were violations by certain businesses for our industrial treatment backflow prevention program. And so that really, in an effort to oversimplify the problem, it's a problem between equipment from a business connecting to our system, our overall water, wastewater system. So Kent, are you on the line? I see you're on, but you can provide more background on this issue, please. You're muted, Kent. Yeah, we can't hear you.
How about now?
Yep, we can hear you now. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, so we have our backflow program, and as we were going through and checking all the businesses, we came across a few that didn't have the correct connections, and so we reported those to the state ourselves. So we self-reported those to the state, and we're correcting those now, and they may already be corrected. I'll have to check with Tamara. But in accordance with the state, we needed to report that to all residents of Northglenn for their drinking water for the safety. And there was no issue with our water or any unsafe water from the cross contamination. So that's kind of the simplest thing I can say, that it was a requirement by the state for us to put out that tier 2 notice, and you know, that there was the cross contamination, as Heather mentioned, with the backflow device at those businesses, and we've been working with those businesses to get those corrected.
Does that help, Mayor Pro Tem Wilford, or do you have further questions?
No, I think that helps. I just wonder if, there are other residents who have questions about it that maybe haven't reached out to their council member. And I wonder if, there's something that you all can put in the connection so that, as folks are opening their set up for automatic payment, they're able to understand what the letter was and how it impacts them or doesn't impact them.
We can add something to the connection. We're in the process of laying it out right now. So for July, so we'll add a more a simple explanation to help those understand who may have additional questions. And certainly, when in doubt, residents can reach out to us, and we'll help explain things further if needed.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. I have one other item. So I wanted to take a moment of personal privilege to address something that's been brought to my attention. There have been questions about my commitment to the city and about my support for our police department employees. And I just want to take a moment and clarify a couple of things. So first, following the murder of George Floyd at the hands of a Minneapolis police officer, residents from the Ward 4 community started reaching out to me to talk about police department policies, to talk about accountability, and asking questions about the 2017 officer-involved shooting in Northglenn, which I heard a number of folks brought up this evening as well. And as a council member, I did what I've always done. I listened, I engaged, I tried to bring forward the questions, the thoughts, the ideas, the concerns that I was hearing before this body. And at our council meeting in early June, I asked a number of questions. I asked a lot of questions, in fact, and many of them were really tough questions. And I asked the questions that were coming up in my conversations, and they had nothing to do with whether or not I support our department or not. But I believe that our residents deserve to hear more about the discussions happening within our council, within our community, whether or not they agree. And then when, when I think about the process that we undertook in planning the recreation center, senior center, and theater, I talked to residents, I listened, and then I asked tough questions and I brought them to council. Another time when we worked through our new traffic calming policy, when we worked through figuring out what the best policy was moving forward on our 5 priority streets where we're constantly seeing speeding, I asked tough questions then. And as a council member, I feel like there shouldn't be a question as to whether or not I can support our police department employees, ask tough questions of the department, and fight to change policy all at the same time. I don't think any department comes before council and there are no questions. I think that's what we do as a council. To be clear, I'm not anti-police, but what I am is anti-police brutality. I'm anti-excessive use of force. I'm anti-police militarization, and I'm anti-status quo. I've been asked if I have an agenda, and I want to assure you that how I do my work is exactly the same. My job is to listen to the community, and the community's asked questions. My job is to push for integrity and transparency. My job is to hold council employees and departments accountable. How I do my work hasn't changed. If listening to the community, bringing transparency and accountability is considered an agenda, then I wonder why we don't all have an agenda. It's on us as council, again, to hold our employees accountable, but also to unpack what public safety truly means to our entire community and not just those with the loudest voices or the most privilege. And it's also on us to center our residents in every decision that we make. And that's it, pure and simple. So I just want to offer, if you have any additional questions, council, residents, police officers, Fraternal Order of Police, Chief May, if you want to talk about my position, if you want to ask questions, pick up the phone and call me or send me an email. My contact info is public. It's on our website.
I'm here to talk because, after all, democracy works best when diverse voices are at the table and we can have a conversation together to forge the best path forward. So thanks for that moment of personal privilege, Madam Mayor, and that's it from me.
Thank you. Councilmember Malika.
Thank you. So I don't have much of an update tonight. I just wanted to let people know. So a brief transportation update. RTD is looking at September 24th for an opening of the N line, which is something I think everyone is really excited about. So far, that's the date, and I hope they stick to it because that sounds great. And I know that there are probably several other perhaps like a celebration or like a block party or something that the city might be planning. I know that was originally the intention, back in like 2018, when we thought the N line was going to be coming. So I'm sure that those plans are going to be coming to council to talk about how our community could celebrate the N line. And then how can we really help boost ridership in that area for this N line. It's really important that the first portion, at least the first 6 months, has great ridership, has great success, because that can actually impact the rates moving forward. Another side note for transportation, RTD is going to be having a RTD accountability committee. I think it was in the Denver Post or something today. So an article if you guys want to go check that out. But essentially, it'll be a group of various backgrounds who are going to be coming together to evaluate RTD and really kind of focus on how they're spending some of that CARES Fund money they got. They got quite a bit, as well as look at other ways that they could be perhaps more successful or accountable to the taxpayer dollars that we give them. So of that committee, there's going to be 5 local government seats. One is slated to be a northern representative, if you will. That's still undetermined who that individual is going to be. But those that are interested can throw their name into the hat. There was a link for a Google form application, if you will, that Faith Winter and Matt Gray sent out, I think earlier today or yesterday, that I could give to council for those folks who are interested in it. I have put my name into the hat, but so have several other people in the northern region. So we're going to have to see where it goes from there. So that's my transportation update. I think it's definitely some good news. We talked about RTD accountability and an N line opening, which I know was going to be part of our conversation. So I'm really excited about both of those points. Other than that, I don't have much of a other comment. I'm really interested in our conversation later on in this meeting when we talk about perhaps a citizen oversight board and what does that look like for members of council. So I'm going to leave it right there. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Councilmember Goff.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I did want to thank everyone who spoke or sent emails. Also, people who have written me letters and sent me emails. This shows that what an important topic it is for our community. And I'm really glad to hear more diverse voices. That's something that we have wanted, and I would encourage as many people as possible to try to participate as much as possible. The more the better in this kind of a situation, I think. I also wanted to mention that most people probably have seen the food truck grab and go schedule, and Councilor Mullica and I will be at the Ward 3 food truck. So if any of our Ward 3 residents would like to stop by on any of those, I think it's 3 nights, to say hello or share more questions, concerns, comments with us, we'll be there to hear from you. That's the best we can do at this particular time with the whole COVID-19 restrictions that we're still under. And then the last thing is I did participate in the Anythink Library Rangeview Library Board meeting last week on June 17th. And they are actually feeling like some of their funding sources are beginning to swing up a little bit again. Excuse me. So they're feeling pretty good financially. They are not going to take anything to the ballot this year to try to get that mill levy or anything else, just because of the general climate of what's going on. They did talk about the Gallagher amendment being rescinded. That's going to be on the ballot. And so I think Councillor Peterson may talk about that a little bit more later. But if that Gallagher amendment is rescinded, then the library will receive more funding. And if it isn't, then they're going to have some trouble next year financially. Let's see. They are planning for reopening. So you just kind of check their website. They've got a lot of guidelines they need to follow to make sure that everyone's safe using the library services. They are working on trying to figure out how to address the equity issues in their organization, just as we are. And I did talk to them about perhaps Northglenn working with them to try to develop some resources in common or training, or don't know yet exactly what that would look like. And they were quite open to working with us on that. I think the last thing I would say is that they had their first concert in their summer backyard concert series. They did that online, and there are 2 more to come. So I encourage everyone to check their website for the schedule. Hazel Miller will be one of the performers at the end of the summer, and you don't have to worry about getting there really early or struggling for parking because it'll all be online. So do check that out. And I think that's it for my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Downing.
Oh, let's see. Thank you. Caught me off guard here for a minute. I've been attending several virtual meetings, and there's a lot of replica. Both myself and Julie are so involved with the transportation, we kind of overlap with everything. But we're excited to see the end line hopefully open up in September, and looking forward to that party. Smart Commute is trying to work with RTD to actually do something, but they're not really quite sure what it's going to be at this point. It's going to be different than what we thought it was going to be, for sure. Did attend the ADCOG sub-regional forum the other day, and we had several updates from CDOT and also from Dr. Cog. Again, talking about transportation and funding and the lack of funding because of COVID also. With that, I believe also we had I'm on the NLC, which is the National League of Cities Public Safety and Crime Prevention Steering Committee. And we did have a board meeting and talked about the federal legislation and many of the other topics that are so highlighted right now. They also have canceled their board meeting for this year. You just can't move forward with that. So the only other thing I do want to say is thank you, everyone, for participating in the public invited to be heard. Where the council, I think, is very interested in all your comments. I know I certainly am, and I appreciate the outreach from everybody. So definitely I'm going to listen and consider everything. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Brown.
I don't think you've ever made me wait till last. I really don't have anything. I would like to thank the people that called in tonight. I have been spending a lot of time over the course of the last 2 weeks researching and learning, and it's a very fascinating topic and it has a lot of facets. So I do thank them for calling in.
Thank you. Councilmember Witkovich.
Thank you, Mayor. Like Councilmember Downing, I've been attending a lot of virtual meetings. Before I do that rundown, I also wanted to thank all of the residents who have called in. I'll save any of my other comments for the other discussions we have planned for tonight, but really appreciate it. And I'm listening as well, reading all the emails and taking lots of notes of what everyone's saying. So I appreciate it. Back on June 9th, had the Historical Preservation Commission meeting. Councilmember Downing was also there. couple updates. They were filming something out at Stonehawker. I don't remember the exact details, but it's kind of exciting. So I can't wait to see what that's going to be about. Joyce and everybody else out there has been keeping all the maintenance and the landscaping and all that up. But also exciting was we accepted the CLG grant, which is going to help us with the Desert Estates surveys, which is really exciting. Aside from that, we've had a couple meetings for the Elevate Small Business Grant Task Force. That's still going. The deadline to submit applications for that grant is June 30th. We also met on June 16th about outside agency funding committee. We looked at the application for our nonprofit grant and all of that. So that application is open right now and it closes July 10th. And then the week of July 13th, the committee will be meeting to determine how we're going to award those grants. I also attended Parks and Rec on June 11th. Lots of exciting stuff happening. More things are opening. But Amanda Peterson did warn me, you know, if more things are opening, they might be coming to us about budget concerns and that sort of thing. On June 13th, I participated in the mask giveaway for a really great new Northglenn masks. We didn't have as big a turnout as the other masks, but it was still great. It was good to be out there. Councilmember Goff was out there. Councilmember Mullica was out there. Councilmember Downing and City Manager Geyer was there, I believe. But it was good. It's always great to hand those out to the residents. And then I also participated or listened in on the town hall on policing. I enjoyed hearing what everyone had to say there as well. And then kind of exciting, we had our Councilmember Peterson and I had our first ever ward meeting this past Saturday. We held it virtually. I don't know if it was a good turnout or not, but we had lots of participation and I enjoyed it and I'm glad that we were able to do that. And I think the residents were happy too. Final thing, I just wanted to thank Robert and Ginger Hill for calling in. They won Yard of the Month in my area because I am a yard judge. So I was glad that they were able to call in and hear from them. So that was great. That's all I've got tonight, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Peterson.
Thank you, Mayor. What Councilwoman Witkovich neglected to say was this is the first ever virtual town hall meeting in Northglenn's history. So maybe she said that, but it was our first, but it was the first time the city, any city entity did that virtually. So all things considered, it went well, and I hope that we can get back to face-to-face stuff as soon as possible. A couple things here. I want to start with some legislative council updates. The session ended, as you know, the session was abbreviated by the COVID crisis. And so I'd like to give a quick summary from the legislative recap and where we're at. And so I beg your forgiveness for allowing me to check some notes here occasionally. Our lobby team talked about that the standard after reopening was the 3 F's. Friendly, fast, and free. So almost anything that had a fiscal note to it either failed or didn't get a hearing. For example, there's no bill combating the opioid crisis. There's no paid family leave bill that was passed. There was an expanded sick leave program passed, and also of some interest, bill requiring vaccines did pass, and that still allows for a personal exemption. But this exemption now needs to be done in conjunction with a medical consultation. There's also a state database from the Department of Health on monitoring who's vaccinated and who's not in our public schools. We did raise, not we, but the state legislature raised the age to purchase nicotine, of course, from 18 to 21. Not much progress on anything environmentally, unfortunately. The single-use ban on styrofoam and allowing localities to do their own regulation on that, of course, failed. Transportation was also somewhat negative. There's a $50 million, is it million or billion? I got to check that, I'm sorry. In transportation, the transportation department, 50 million, okay, $50 million cut to our transportation programs because of the budget shortfall. So a couple things that didn't happen with transportation was something that we've really looked at as a committee for 3 or 4 months here, and that was allowing transportation planning organization to operate as a local regional transportation authority. And as we've talked about before, that really would have given localities, for example, in the North Metro area, the authority to come up with their own transportation solutions if we felt that the state wasn't being generous to Northglenn and we could find problems that weren't being dealt with on the state level. So that failed. Like I said, $50 million cut from transportation to balance the budget. And also something of interest too, an RTD accountability bill also failed. So wasn't really a very good year for transportation for the North Metro area. Let me temper that with some good news. There's no changes to the homestead exemption right now. And so that's good for our Northglenn residents and our Northglenn seniors. Going to some fiscal issues here. There will be a couple ballot initiatives that I want to bring to people's attention this summer. This summer is the petition process, and then maybe if they make that, they'll be on the fall ballot. One of them is a ballot initiative to repeal the Gallagher Amendment. And as you all know, the Gallagher Amendment takes a look at real assessed property value and could be a big source for state and local revenue if that's repealed. There's also going to be a ballot initiative. Again, it's not going to be, but if it meets the requisite signatures, but there's a proposal right now for a ballot initiative for an increased state tax on nicotine. And then probably the big enchilada here is a ballot initiative titled Fair Tax Colorado. And what this is going to do is provide higher taxes on higher incomes, and the monies here are substantial. Council, the monies here are substantial. It is anticipated to raise $1.8 billion. And now half of that money would go to K-12 education. All right, half of that money would go to K-12 education. The other half, the state would have the liberty to address with quote unquote growth issues, right? Whatever falls under that category, whether that be transportation or recreation or the like. But anyway, at its max, this could raise $1.8 billion for the state. And this is also still in petition stages, possibly for the November ballot. I'm going to go back to that in a second. A couple things to give you an example of the difficulty of where the state is right now. A reduction in K-12 education of $723 million happened in the session. Now, some of that we were told might be offset by some of the CARES Act funds. But as you and I know from what we've done on council and what Corey has talked to us about, what we can do with CARES is legal in certain things, and there's certain things that you can't. So school districts are going to have to grapple with that. Reduction to higher education is $500 million, and that's 58% of the money for higher education. As I indicated, reduction in transportation is $50 million. And this is somewhat staggering to say, so don't kill the messenger, but a reduction in state reserve was $900 million. And bad news follows. Worse is that the fiscal year that starts in July for next year's budget, because the state drew down $900 million now from the reserve fund, the budget forecast as of right now looks to continue to be downward and potentially somewhat worse than this year. So now, related to that, one of the things that we talked about is apparently there's precedent for our lobbying team to speak with council after the session wraps up. And so we have tentatively scheduled for one of our study sessions, August 17th, all right, to be a study session recap on what I talked about, but you'll hear it from our lobbyists directly. Now, the benefit of having that study session on August 17th is that will then allow us a little bit more knowledge of which of these initiatives have met the requisite signatures and will not be on the ballot. And so that'll be a good opportunity for all of council to have a good Q&A of the things that are on the ballot. If Fair Tax Colorado makes it, I'm sure that will warrant a good deal of discussion. And then our committee of 4, we've decided to reconvene on August 10th. Just as a reminder, we don't only meet when the legislature is in session. This is a year-round committee, and we'll be taking a look at some of the study sessions, policy initiatives, and things that we can advocate for Northglenn beginning again on August 10th. And that's it from Ledge Policy.
Thank you. Okay, so I had a couple of things. I wanted to thank our team for the telephone town hall, Chief May, Commander Waltz, Diana, and her tech and communication support, City Manager Geyer. It was nonstop. We went overtime. We had a lot of residents call in with, comments and questions. It was really great to hear from more residents tonight. I think we were sort of anticipating the public comment side of things to join us at the telephone town hall. So I'm really glad that those residents called in tonight because we want to make sure that we're offering opportunity for everybody. So thank you for participating. The telephone town hall, we also had one of the, Heather, you could probably tell me what his title is. So Mitch from Barry Dunn, what is his title? What is he?
He's the project manager, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you. So he was on the call and he was able to give some specific details about the assessment. So we're looking forward to that. I also attended the Ward 1 meeting and I am very proud of our Ward 1 representatives. They did a great job hosting the first ever ward meeting, town hall style, video virtual style, very professional, very welcoming. You had awesome residents engaging in great conversation. So well done. I'm very excited because we won't meet until after this. July 4th, we're going to be participating in the Cool Car Cruise. So I want to remind residents to participate. I'm very excited to ride in Mr. Gonzalez's truck, I think. So I'm very excited about that. So that'll be fun. We're driving through all 4 wards and that map will be on our website and in the connection. So we hope everyone can participate. That should be fun. I also had the opportunity 2 different times this week to help put the goodie bags together. So I'm glad Council Member Goff was putting in that plug for the food trucks. They're coming on June 23rd, June 26th, and June 30th. And so that's on our social media, but it's also on the website. So you can find the location. There will be a food truck in every ward on all 3 days. So when you go, you can buy dinner for your family and social distance in the park area and have a picnic. But there will also be city staff there with more of the Northglenn masks. So if you miss them during the mask giveaway, you can get some there. They will also have hand sanitizer, and every really awesome bottle has a City of Northglenn sticker on it because we put them on there by hand. So it was really fun. And then the goodie bags are not to be missed. So I'm hoping we have a few residents still watching, but we want to make sure that every family gets one of the goodie bags. Our staff did a great job of selecting what goes in there. They're all very family oriented items, but then every single one has a $25 gift card to a Northglenn restaurant. So we're able to give back to our restaurants and our residents at the same time. It was a pretty great idea that our staff had. So, but I personally just enjoyed having a couple days to interact with our city staff. They are dedicated and funny and energized and focused and just a wonderful group of people. So I just want to thank everyone for letting me join you as we put those bags together. That was very fun. I think that was all I had. City Manager Geyer, what about you?
Thank you, Mayor. One update for council and the community, given the interest of time and how late our meeting's going. I'm going to share one update related to COVID-19 and facility hour changes. So during the month of June and up until June 30th, we have been operating by appointment only for City Hall and Maintenance and Operations Facility, which is the facility over off of Claude north of 120th. On July 1st, we are going to move at City Hall to 8:30 to 4:30 as our hours open to the public. And for M&O, we'll be open 7:30 to 4:30 p.m. We are going to ask that visitors wear a mask, and that's consistent with the City Council's mask directive that was passed several weeks ago. We will have masks on hand to provide to visitors if someone happens to forget their mask or is in need of a mask or multiple masks. We'll make those available. So hours change starting July 1st. We'll make sure all of our website, social media sites reflect that change, and just thank the community in advance for your cooperation.
Thank you. Joanna, how about you? Any announcements tonight?
I do have a quick announcement regarding the June 30th primary election. Just want to share some quick information for anyone who may be listening. Today, the early voting or the voter service and polling centers opened. They'll be open from today through Election Day on Tuesday, June 30th. They're open Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. They offer weekend hours. They'll be open on Saturday, June 27th from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. and then from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. on Election Day. So voters can take advantage of a lot of services there. You can register to vote. You can change your voter registration. You can get a replacement ballot if you goof up the one you got in the mail. You can drop off your voted ballot. You can also, the most important part is you can vote on an ADA accessible ballot machine or ballot marking system. So that is all happening at the voter service and polling centers right now. There's been a little confusion about the city 24-hour ballot drop-off box that's outside of City Hall. So I just wanted to announce again that it is open. The crews who are working on the sewer line and the recreation center, they may be on the roadway just to do some very minor work. So if voters drive over to City Hall and it looks like the road is closed, please go ahead and pull in. And you should be able to access that ballot drop box with no problem. So there's additional signs out there today. I walked out there to check the signs, and it was wonderful to see all of the cars coming into that area to drop off the ballot. Makes me want to just stand outside and high five all the cars. But so that is also open. So please take advantage of that convenience. And that is all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Corey, what about you?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. I did on Friday provide you with a couple of pieces of communication. If council has any questions whatsoever, and certainly one of those pieces was a 13-page memorandum on the Law Enforcement Integrity Bill, or Senate Bill 217. So it has a lot of information in terms of implementation dates from the legislation, and tries to do a fairly deep dive into what it requires now of the city and the police department. So if anyone has any questions, by all means, please reach out to me. And that's it for tonight.
Great, thank you. Okay, we're moving to the consent agenda.
Move for approval.
Second.
Joanna, will you call the vote, please?
Mayor Leidy?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilford?
Yes.
Councilmember Whitkovich?
Yes.
Councilmember Peterson?
Yes.
Councilmember Downing?
Yes.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Goff?
Yes.
Councilmember Duran Malika?
Yes.
Councilmember Escabel?
Yes.
I will close that vote, and the consent agenda passes unanimously.
Thank you. Okay, we are moving to ordinances. We will start with CB 1947. Joanna, will you read the title?
A bill for an ordinance repealing section 10-5-5 subsection M of the Northglenn Municipal Code to restore the original language of the International Fire Code 2009 edition.
Move for approval.
Second.
Excellent. Looks like we have Brooke with us tonight, Director of Planning and Development. Can you provide a summary, please?
Certainly, Madam Mayor and Council. Good evening. Brooke Svoboda, Director of Planning and Development. Tonight before you is a bill to repeal language that was adopted in 2011 for the 2009 International Fire Code, setting fees. Working with the fire district, we are one of the last communities for them to be able to amend this provision and enable them to set their fees as they deem necessary. I'd also point out that there is no revenue loss or gain for us in this. One of the benefits for this will be is they have already hired additional staff in anticipation of this, which has helped reduce our review times for permitting. Primarily, this amendment will affect commercial properties and in very few instances will impact residential. With that, I'll open up to any questions.
We have any questions for Brooke? Okay. Seeing none, Joanna, will you call the vote, please?
Mayor Leidy?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilford?
Yes.
Councilmember Whitkovich?
Yes.
Councilmember Peterson?
Yes.
Councilmember Downing?
Yes.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Goff?
Yes.
Councilmember Duran Mullica?
Yes.
Councilmember Escabel?
Yes.
I will close that vote, and CB 1947 on first reading passes unanimously.
Excellent. We will move to CB 1948. Joanna, will you read the title?
A bill for a special ordinance amending the 2020 budget, recognizing revenues and appropriating expenditures by supplemental appropriation for the payment of the costs and expenses of the municipal government, agencies and offices of the City of Northglenn, Colorado for the fiscal year beginning January 1, 2020.
Move for approval.
Second.
Okay, Jason Loveland, Director of Finance, is here with us to discuss.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Another supplemental appropriation. We just did one a couple of months ago. This one, there's 5 elements. One, to reflect the revenue and expenditures of the CARES Act funding. This $1.829 million is reflective of what Council has authorized to spend money on. It's not what we have spent yet, but this is what has been authorized through some of our study sessions. Secondly, a police COVID grant award that was received and approved a couple of meetings ago. CIP carryover for CDBG, and that's part of our residential mobility project. This is actually 2018 money that was spent in 2019 that's not fully spent and can be carried over to 2020. $200,000 for water rights acquisitions, in addition to what we had budgeted to start the year. And then Bunker Hill Lift Station. This is on the agenda in a couple of items. This is to recognize the revenue and the expenditure of the shared agreement with the Carl's Farm Development. The revenues reflect 72% of the developer's contribution to the project, with the remainder to capture the city's 28% portion. So if approved tonight, there'll be a public hearing on July 13th.
Okay, any questions for Jason? Okay, Joanna, will you open the vote?
Mayor Leidy?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilford?
Yes.
Councilmember Whitkovich?
Yes.
Councilmember Peterson?
Yes.
Councilmember Downing?
Yes.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Goff?
Yes.
Councilmember Duran Mullica?
Yes.
Councilmember Escabel?
Yes.
I will close CB 1948, and on first reading, it passes unanimously.
Okay. Moving into resolutions, CR 80. Joanna, will you read the title?
A resolution approving amendment number 1 to the construction manager contract between the City of Northglenn and Integrated Water Services Incorporated for construction of the Bunker Hill Lift Station.
Move for approval.
Second.
So we have Kent Kisselman, Director of Public Works, here to provide a status for us. Hi, Kent.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. That light is annoying. I'll try to block it with my head. Sorry. Yes, so this is exciting. We have the guaranteed maximum price to begin construction on the Bunker Hill Lift Station. The Bunker Hill Lift Station, of course, is to supply the sewer for the Carl's Farm development. And that lift station is located near the maintenance and operations facility along Claude Court. We entered into the cost sharing agreement with the Century Group. I think that was just Jason briefly touched on that earlier. And we break up the share of the cost, 72% for the Century Group and 28% cost for the city of Northglenn. So the contract with IWS is a CMAR contract. So they've been on board since February when we signed on with the design. Been working diligently with the design team to come up with the design and the guaranteed maximum price. So with that, staff is requesting an additional 5% owner's contingency to be added to the project. And attached to your memorandum is Council Resolution 80. And if approved, would authorize the mayor to execute amendment number 1 to the contract between the city and Integrated Water Resources for the guaranteed maximum price for Bunker Hill Lift Station in the amount not to exceed $3,134,625, and authorize the city manager on behalf of the city to approve changes in the scope of services and execute relevant change orders up to an approved expenditure limit of $3,291,356. And I'll answer any questions you have.
Any questions for Kent? Councilmember Peterson?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Hey, Ken. Could you walk me through beyond this, but could you walk me through the next 6 months, 12 months, and maybe 18 month or 2-year plan? I mean, not in excruciating detail, but isn't there a major capital funding requirement of $25 million coming forward on this area?
That is a different project. That's for our lift station A and our force main replacement.
Okay, so it's not Bunker Hill?
No, Bunker Hill is strictly to supply capacity for the Carl's Farm development. We wouldn't, but for that development, we would have made simple upgrades to our existing Bunker Hill lift station, and we would have just kept it where it is. But because of this development, we didn't have the capacity at that lift station, so the improvements were necessary. And as far as schedule,
actually, you don't have to go through it. I just, as you distinguish those, that's all I need to know. Thank you.
Okay.
No other questions? Okay. Joanna, will you call the vote, please?
Mayor Leidy?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilford?
Yes.
Councilmember Witkovich?
Yes.
Councilmember Peterson?
Yes.
Councilmember Downing?
Yes.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Goff?
Yes.
Councilmember Duran Mollica?
Yes.
Councilmember Escobar?
Yes.
I'll close that vote, and CR 80 passes unanimously.
Okay, we will move to CR 102. Joanna, will you read the title, please?
A resolution approving a professional services agreement between the City of Northglenn and CDM Smith Incorporated for the wastewater treatment plant master plan update project.
Move for approval.
Second.
Okay, so we have Kent with us again.
Still here.
What do you have for this one?
Yes, this is exciting as well. So this year, earlier this year, you approved our water treatment master plan upgrade, and this is for the wastewater treatment plant master plan upgrade. So these are both critical documents to help us develop those 5 and 10-year plans as we've talked over the last couple of years. So the last update to this was in 2009. And the last thing in that 2009, or one of the last things out of that 2009 document, was the Headworks project, and we completed that in 2018. So this will give us a really great roadmap of what are the next steps and phases in at our wastewater treatment facility. And we're also advising a 10% contingency on this contract. We did have 3 bidders, and through our selection process selected CDM Smith, sorry. And so attached to this memorandum is Council Resolution 102, and if approved, would authorize the mayor to execute an agreement between the city and CDM Smith Incorporated for the 2020 wastewater master treatment master plan in the amount not to exceed $74,448, and authorize the city manager on behalf of the city to approve changes in the scope of services and execute relevant change orders up to the approved expenditure limit of $81,893. And I'll answer any questions you have.
So I have a question, and I don't know if it's related to this. I had gone through here and I was, so we had a wave of complaints from our neighbors, and we took some action. But in that conversation, there was like a permanent solution is $1 million solution, right? I guess tell me exactly what we're getting for this. So when I'm looking at scope of services, what does that mean? Does any of this address those complaints, or is this just standard operation need?
It's a little of both. So it'll address, things at the facility that need upgrading, things that we can do better, or things that we can add. And specifically to odor mitigation, the answer would be, the digesters, and that would be a significant project, and that will probably be, number 1 or number 2 on the list. But that comes with a hefty price tag, somewhere what we're looking for lift station A and Force Main. But that will definitely be on the list. Now there are things that we're looking at with lift station A and Force Main that we cut out of the Headworks project that we may be able to do in the current project of lift station A and Force Main to help that. And those things would also be in this type of a report. Some throwing out some terms, would be switching over from bioxide to a ferric acid, or an oxygen injection, or a diffuser or biofilter. So those are, terms that a resident isn't typically going to understand, but those are things that all would help or could potentially help with some odor mitigation and will be included in this type of a report.
Okay. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Wilford.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Kent, I'm curious, in addition to odor mitigation, is this update to the plan also going to explore possible energy efficiency upgrades and ways for us to save some additional funding?
Yes, certainly. We're looking at that all the time. So yeah, that's a critical piece. And we actually just, taking a step aside, we just had another conversation last week with SunShare, and that's our solar powered energy that we agreed to. We have a 20-year contract, I believe, with them, and we're trying to make some changes to that contract of what our sources are. We supplied in the city manager report a couple weeks ago that we are in fact filling those lagoons the ones that were decommissioned in 2018. And, I envisioned, several years ago that if, there was an opportunity to build our own solar farm up on top of those plateaus, but, those are all things that we're going to want to discuss and find out cost, and what the future looks like. But definitely energy efficiency is a big key to this report, because the wastewater treatment plant and the water treatment plant are our largest consumers of energy.
Awesome. Thank you for that. And I'll follow up with you later on a question that's a little bit more technical about where the energy that's, generated will go and be stored. But I'll send you an email on that later. Thank you.
Any other questions for Kent? Okay. Joanna, will you open the vote, please?
Mayor Leidy?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilford?
Yes.
Councilmember Witkovich?
Yes.
Councilmember Peterson?
Yes.
Councilmember Downing?
Yes.
Councilmember Brown? Councilmember Brown?
Technical difficulties. She was right there a second ago.
Wait.
Ah, there she is.
Am I?
We can hear you.
Oh, wow. Check that out. Yes. I'm sorry.
Councilmember Goff?
Yes.
Councilmember Duran Mullica?
Yes.
Councilmember Escobar?
Yes.
I will close that vote. NCR 102 passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kent. Okay, we're moving into discussion items. The first one is the Northglenn Civic Center Master Plan Phase 1 implementation, the June update by Amanda Peterson, Director of Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Services. Hello.
Hello, good evening, Mayor and Council. I have a brief update for you tonight for the Northglenn Civic Center Master Plan project. FCI continues to make good progress with no new challenges identified this month, so that's always good. In terms of construction, the theater foundations are now complete, and the wall between the gym and the theater is now at its full height. So if you're driving down I-25, you can actually see what the full height of the building will be. The light pole bases and the underground electrical work have been put into place along Memorial Parkway, and they've begun work on the area surrounding the Veterans Memorial Plaza, as well as those seat walls, and they're looking really good. So that's kind of where they're at on an on-site construction phase. Last month, I shared with you a little bit about the delays that we have seen associated with securing our building permit and the door hardware detail between the contractor and the design team and the sub-consultants. We did reach agreement with FCI on a decreased timeframe than they had originally proposed. So they have agreed on a 7-week impact for both of those components with a new completion date of October 6th. That is still within the overall project timeline, because that's the date of substantial completion, not necessarily a reopening date. And the additional general conditions costs that are associated with those additional weeks will be included in the contractor's contingency and won't impact the city's owner's contingency on the project. Staff is working with the design team to finalize the furniture details. Those will be used to develop the RFP to select a furniture vendor here over the next several months. And other than that, the project remains on track with approximately $5 million remaining in the overall project budget that has yet to be allocated. Most of that is assigned to things like the furniture contract, and our owner's contingency is included in that amount as well. But we continue to be on track and seeing great progress happening out on that site. And now that we're seeing construction coming up, it seems to be happening so quickly. Every time you come by the site, you get to see something new and different. So we're excited with the progress they've made and Other than that, nothing significant to report this month. I'm happy to answer any questions that anybody might have.
Councilmember Goff and then Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Amanda. My question is, I know we had talked, we've already passed the deadline where we were supposed to get some kind of a tour of what the construction is going on. And since some of the governor's, some of the restrictions the governor has put on us for COVID-19 have been lifted, and this is outdoors, and I was just wondering if there are plans for, like a small group of, say, us, giving a tour of the construction.
We are definitely still talking about it. We'd love to have you all out on site. What we've talked about a bit is that when you resume some in-person meetings for City Council, that once that happens, we'll get you scheduled for a tour if that works for all of you.
Well, I guess when we get together as a City Council, it would be indoors. And so I think the requirements are a little stricter. So I would like to do something sooner than that myself. But,
and we can schedule something sooner than that if that's something that council is interested in doing.
Well, I am.
That was a yes from folks.
Yes.
Sure. All right. We will work on getting that scheduled here as soon as we can.
Great. Councilmember Brown.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Amanda, thank you very much for coming today. When we were on the town hall meeting last week, one of the residents brought up a point that actually had me go, wow, I didn't think of it from that perspective. And I'm speaking to, sorry, how life is never going to be the same. The gentleman, who brought up some really valid points. And I believe you spoke to them about, we have where we'll be meeting COVID needs, things like that. We don't need to make any changes. My problem with the answer was I didn't feel like I got enough of a visual on what we actually have going on. And I'm hoping I didn't get cut off. So I'm wondering if you could put together, and of course it's up to, of course it's up to Heather, but could you put something together that shows us how we envision the future being, how we would meet the minimum COVID standards? Because I really felt like he made a point. We need to make sure that our residents are going to be able to use the gym appropriately, and we need to make sure that we're not coming back to the residents in a couple years because something's changed, and we need more money to change it into X, Y, and Z. Or but it's something we could have done from the beginning. I felt like the answer to the question, in my opinion, was a little rushed, and I didn't follow it well. So could you put something together for us?
Well, this is Heather, Councilmember Brown. I'm the one that provided the answer to the resident, and I think going back to the question that the resident had, generally speaking, I was asked if we needed to stop the project or do something different. And so my initial response is no, I don't think we need to stop the project. I think where we landed was that I would be reaching out to Tri-County Health and see if they have any perspective on what we should be thinking about moving forward. Now, the plan to open the center is late fall of 2021. One of the explanations I did provide in the telephone town hall includes that we're in a facility that's going to be double the size of our current facility. And so that's going to allow us the flexibility to do things from a social distancing perspective that looks much different than the current situation that we have. So my commitment was to follow up with Tri-County Health, and I need to do that. It's on my really long to-do list that I have from the last couple of weeks between citizen inquiries and the telephone town hall. And so I will follow up and make that commitment. So Amanda, feel free to provide your perspective as well, because you weren't on that telephone town hall call.
Sorry, Amanda.
That's okay. Thank you, Heather, for jumping in, because I was kind of racking my brain wondering which meeting, and I couldn't come up with it. So I appreciate that. So without having heard the question directly and just based on your comments and Heather's response, I mean, things are changing so rapidly right now that it would be, I think, very difficult to know exactly where we'll be in another year and a half. But we are seeing things begin to open, at least in the short term. We're taking a conservative approach with our programming today and utilizing the facility we have to allow for social distancing and alternate entrances. As we move into the new facility, one, my hope is we won't still be under the same social distancing requirements. But two, I think we will have learned some very valuable lessons from this time where we are implementing those social distancing and alternate means of providing programming that we do think may continue to some degree because people are really latching on. There's some of our virtual programming we may incorporate long-term because we're seeing really good success with it, not as a replacement to our recreation programming, but as an addition to it. So hopefully we'll learn some good lessons and some things that we can take with us into the future. But our hope is that we can open that facility as it was originally intended. If Tri-County Health has any feedback for us as to how we might consider doing things differently now prior to opening that might make that easier for us, we'll certainly communicate those back to you and or the design team and the construction team as appropriate.
I definitely would like to know, as appropriate, because honestly, I do not want to have to do something in the future when we could have known or at least been thinking about it at this time. I have no idea what it is. I'm doing the call remote. I am currently in the cesspool of COVID. I don't leave my house again. It's not in Colorado, but I just want to make sure that we're not going to, for lack of a better word, waste money in the future by not stopping and taking a beat now. I know that you're assuring me that everything's going to be perfect. So
I don't think I use those words quite.
That's just my concern. I felt it was an interesting perspective. I felt like, and I still do, that second dive. And as we start up these virtual ward meetings, it's going to come up more often, I think. And I think that we have to have, rather than we've got this and we've got more than enough room to socially distance, more of a direct response to it would be nice.
Councilmember Goff.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to follow up on Councilor Brown's comments because I think it's important to think about these sort of things and maybe come up with different like scenarios, I guess you would say, about what could possibly change or need to be changed. But on the other hand, I think part of it is there isn't a lot of certainty about what this is going to look like, say 9 months from now, 15 months from now, because things do keep changing. So I understand why, sometimes answers to questions about what are we going to do in the future seem a little confusing because I think the situation we are in is confusing. One of the things I could envision is just that as people are, there are ways maybe that staff or check-in places at the very beginning or even for the theater that, if we need to have those, those clear panels or something to protect staff from contact with, with the public, like we've put some of them into our city hall, things like that, I guess, like maybe you could think of, but those are all, I think those can all be put up and taken down kind of at relatively short notice. I don't know what we could do to ensure that we're not wasting money because we don't really know what the future is going to look like. I guess that's my only comment about all of that.
Any other questions for Amanda? Okay, well, thank you for being here.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thanks. Okay, next discussion item, 4th of July fireworks enforcement. It sounds like we have Commander Waltz with us tonight. Oh, no, sorry.
Mayor, Council, good evening. Actually, I'm just going to introduce Heidi. Commander Waltz will actually be taking this.
Okay.
I had so much fun last year talking about fireworks. I'm gonna...
Good evening, Commander. Hi.
How's it going tonight?
Good.
I'm going to do a quick overview. Obviously, I provided some information already to you, but I wanted to get into a little bit more of the specifics so that you guys know what we're doing. And based on the information we had from City Council last year, there's some clear direction on what they wanted to have happen with fireworks enforcement. And so we've taken that into all of our operations plans, and we're going to go with that zero tolerance approach unless I'm directed otherwise tonight. And by the zero tolerance, I mean that we are going to issue summonses on everything we possibly can that we can fit within a summons category. And to explain that just a little bit more to you, there's really a few things that we can issue on. So obviously, if we have a resident calling in a complaint and they're willing to testify as a witness, we can do that. So if they've seen somebody either shoot off from a person, shooting off fireworks, or from a residence, we can do it as long as they're willing to be a witness in the case. So we can write summonses on that. We can also do it if the officer witnesses the fireworks either from a person or from a residence, and then we're able to identify who that occupant is. We can issue the summons on that. And obviously, if the officer contacts somebody in possession of it, we can write summonses on that as well. So we will be writing summonses on anything that we can verify and have a witness for, and go with that for the 4th of July and between now and then as well. We will be having extra officers on. Every officer in the department will be working on the 4th of July. We're working throughout the day on different things. So obviously we have the cool car crews in the morning. So I do have some teams helping with the traffic control on that and with making sure they get through all the different wards and everything safely. So those officers will be working in the morning. As soon as they're done with that, they will head over to the park. And even though this year's kind of presenting those unique challenges with COVID-19, we're not exactly sure how many people are going to show up to the park because it is a tradition for Northglenn, for the families and people to go and gather there. So we're still expecting, though, even though there's not the fireworks show, that people are going to come and gather. So we do have officers there as well. On the 4th of July, we have dedicated fireworks enforcement teams, though. So these officers will be teamed up and then stationed in every single district within the police within the city, and they will be responsible for the fireworks calls in those areas. The one thing I do want to remember and remind council of, though, is that we still have to handle priority calls. So even though I have a full staffing of officers working that evening on the street, if there's something that happens in one of those districts and I have a fireworks enforcement team that is closer or able to respond quicker, they may handle that call first because it's a priority. And then hopefully the district car will come in, take it off their hands, and then they can go back to enforcing fireworks throughout the evening. At this point, I have 9 fireworks enforcement teams that are going to be working primarily the hours, the peak hours. I have some coming in a little early and some others coming in late. So those will be in the peak hours, definitely between 8 and 1, but I have teams coming in as early as 5 p.m. and then working till as late as 3 a.m. So, but during the peak hours when I have all the teams in the different areas. Additionally, I have some fireworks enforcement teams that will also be working in the E.B. Raines Memorial Park. So they'll be making sure that we are keeping all the residents safe in the park as well, and also enforcing any park violations that may be happening or fireworks that may be happening in the park. Those officers have also been directed that they may handle calls depending on how busy our call load goes to the residential areas around the park directly. So I have them able to respond quickly to those areas in case our fireworks enforcement teams are tied up somewhere else. We've taken some great care to do some education this year. So we've been putting things out on our city website, on our Facebook page, so our social media, talking about what the fireworks ordinance is this year. We've also had the yard signs available in the Justice Center since since May 28th. So we've had those in there as well. We've also worked with the apartment and homeowners associations trying to get information out to them so they can send information out to the residents in their different areas as well. So we've tried to put on a education campaign as well to make sure that people knew about what was going on in their areas. Additionally, we are having help with the park rangers. They'll be coming into the park to help us have eyes and ears in the park, as well as code will be out in the area, giving us some additional eyes and ears out in the different areas throughout the city as well. So throughout the night, we should have a large contingent of officers that are able to deal with those fireworks complaints. Obviously, we had a lot last year. I think we had 117 last year just on the 4th of July. So we're hoping that we can go manage all those complaints and take care of the enforcement action as has been requested. And I'm willing to, and one more thing, I just want to point out that we do have Access Northglenn, and we have been getting some complaints on Access Northglenn. I would request that the residents, if they have a fireworks complaint and it's in progress, to please call the police non-emergency line at 303-288-1535. Because if it's in progress, I want to make sure to get the officers over there as soon as possible so that they can handle that complaint while it's still in progress. So again, if we can have them call the non-emergency line at 303-288-1535, that would help us address those complaints much quicker. And I'm willing to answer any questions anybody has.
Councilmember Goff.
Thank you, Mayor. Just in light of comments that we had previously this evening from someone who called in, and I don't remember, we may have discussed this before, so forgive me if I'm just not remembering. But the education that we've been doing about fireworks and the fines and all that kind of thing, have we been doing that in Spanish?
I don't believe so.
Okay, well, if not, I would like that. I mean, I would make that suggestion that I don't know if there's time to do it this year, but that's something that should be done.
The chief thinks that maybe we've done some of it in Spanish, but not everything in Spanish.
Yeah, I vaguely remembered some previous discussion about this. So I just wanted to make sure that we were addressing that concern since that was something that was brought up earlier. Thank you.
It looks like Diana had an idea, but then we'll go to Councilmember Escobar because he raised his hand. Diana.
Mayor, thank you. We did do some in Spanish. In our water bills, we had it in both English and Spanish. And also as a note, it was a note at the bottom of the bills in English and Spanish the first time, and then it was an inserted flyer in English and Spanish the second time. And we are also distributing flyers, goodie bags that have it in English and Spanish. So those were our bilingual efforts.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Escobar.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Diane beat me to it, but the question I had for Commander is, last year I suggested that the chief or that the city use the drone to identify some of these violators, because a lot of this stuff comes from their backyard. And I don't know if it was taken in jest or if there is a plan. Can you address that?
So the police department itself does not have the drone yet. We've not been able to purchase that yet, so we don't have it. So we'd have to enlist the help of the fire department. But I do believe the ordinance allows us for, if we can identify the house that it's coming from, that we can go ahead and cite the occupant of that residence, even if we don't know exactly who was shooting off the fireworks. So if we have somebody say it's coming from this backyard, or if the officer in the backyard, we are still able to cite that resident or the occupant for those fireworks violations. So as for us having the drone, we don't have it, but I can always work with the fire department and see if there's a way that we can try to track some of those down, but we don't have one at this point.
Okay. Follow up on that to Heather. Does the city own a drone? I know I've seen them when we took our pictures and different events. We've had drones out there and we've had city staff operating them. Do we own one?
Yes, we do. We have a drone in Public Works. We primarily use for the wastewater treatment. plant facility. So we didn't take your suggestion in jest. We'll talk about that logistics, as a result of the conversation tonight, and to Commander Waltz's earlier comment. So.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
So I have a couple questions. Oh, we'll let Ashley go next. Councilmember Whitcomb.
Thank you, Mayor. I was just reminded of a comment during our ward meeting, and I do feel bad about forgetting about it. But one suggestion from a resident, and I believe they were in Ward 1, was to have conversations with your neighbors about fireworks. It's a good place to start. I know some people are, I don't know if they're afraid or they just don't want to talk to neighbors, but that was a suggestion by one of our residents to just open up a dialogue with your neighbor if you feel comfortable doing that and if you feel safe doing that, because it's a good start, just to put it into perspective with them, how you're feeling, how it makes you feel, if it's making your dogs go crazy or whatever, just having conversations. I think that's good in any conflict that you're having with your neighbors. But thank you very much, Councilmember Wilford, for reminding me of that recommendation from our resident.
Councilmember Peterson, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, but if you want to go ahead. I can go later.
No, I got plenty.
Okay. Commander, thanks for being here and thanks for everything that you do. Really appreciate it. And thanks for being so proactive on the 4th of July stuff. I've really been flooded with comments from residents expressing these concerns, and they go off and my dad's a Vietnam veteran, and it brings him back to some tough times. And my dog is a geriatric old timer. We're just trying to help him through his days, and can barely walk. And something came off a night or two ago, and he limped his poor little old body up the stairs, and that kind of thing. And so this is a real issue, and this is a real fundamental concern from a lot of our residents. And so I just want to follow up on a couple things and ask some questions. We were talking at our ward meeting a little bit, and gave the information to just call dispatch, and that was seemingly approved of by calling 911. And now we have a non-emergency number, as you said, 303-288-1535. And so can we, where do residents call, and then how do we communicate that, from our perspective, just crystal clear? And then secondary to that too, is how do we make sure that dispatch isn't overwhelmed taking firework calls, right? If somebody's having a heart attack or a crime is in progress or something like that, is there any sort of potential massive glut on the system where somebody, God forbid, can't get in to dispatch with having a legitimate emergency? And so could you walk me through those steps here for a few minutes?
Well, and that's why we recommend the non-emergency line for the fireworks complaints, is so that the 911 line does not get overwhelmed in any ways. Okay. So 911 really is for those really critical emergencies. And I do understand that some citizens and residents feel that the fireworks are rise to that level as well. So, but from our perspective is we really try to leave the 911 line open for those really life-threatening emergencies. And so fireworks don't typically fall into that category. Now, obviously, if there's a fire starter or something like that, that would be a different story.
Yeah, sure.
So again, that's why I'm giving the non-emergency line out. Now, if a resident really feels like they need to call 911, I'm never going to tell them not to. But again,
but we want to.
Yeah, but we really do try to leave those for life-threatening emergencies. That's what it should be. So that, especially on that night, and I mentioned it earlier, I think 4th of July is our heaviest call load night. And on those nights, it's not just fireworks complaints, but it is domestic violence and disturbances and accidents and things like that. And so in order to not overwhelm the line, it would be helpful if the residents could call the non-emergency number. Both those numbers ring into AdCom, so a dispatcher is going to answer it and handle it. It's just, again, to be able to get all those calls in, if they can call the two different lines based on what their criteria is, that would be really helpful.
Okay. Thank you very much. And then related to that a little bit, with the increased police presence on the 4th and during the period and everything that goes with that, what do you anticipate in terms of past experiences of how much of your time on a given 4th of July weekend is devoted to the firework abatement, and maybe more so now because we're putting the teeth behind it, but versus other things that are 4th of July related, again, such as potentially DUIs and things of that sort?
Oh boy, I'm not sure I'm going to be able to answer that question because again, it all depends on what we get called on and what's happening. You know, if people are in town and doing stuff, especially because of the COVID-19, we may actually have an increase in our other types of calls as opposed to a typical 4th of July where some people go out of town, etc. So, but again, the fireworks teams, their primary purpose is to handle the fireworks complaints. And then my staffing on the street is there really to handle all those other complaints so that we have enough people to handle whatever comes in. Now, I don't know that we'll be able to catch every fireworks complaint.
No, of course.
Make sure that that's very clear. And again, if those priority 1 calls come in and start taking some of my resources from the fireworks complaint teams, that's going to happen as well.
And then how much time I mean, you know, you park your car and you get out and you investigate and you talk to a neighbor and you write a ticket. I'm guessing it would be 30 minutes for each instance that you might catch somebody.
Anywhere from probably 10 to 30 minutes would be my guess. Because again, if it's a pretty straightforward complaint or we're able to see it or something like that, it may not take that long. But I would say anywhere from that 10 to 30 minutes is a reasonable amount of time.
Okay. And then I might have missed this earlier, but along with the enforcement that we're doing, and Ashley brought up something really important. One of our neighbors said that, you know, we don't want the fireworks, loud and clear. We don't want the fireworks, but they're scared to death to rat on their neighbors, so to speak. Right.
Right.
And so, you know, somebody asked for, like, again, how do we talk to ahead of time? But my last question for you is, along with the enforcement stuff, will there be a lot of kind of just drive-through neighborhoods morning to night on fireworks days?
Yes. So obviously we have people really trying to hit it now before the 4th of July. Friday and Sunday night, I've got extra people staying trying to hit it. And then those fireworks teams are really just supposed to drive through the neighborhoods and handle those fireworks complaints. So
okay.
We have an staffing during this week or the week before 4th of July for just normal days. But like I said, the Friday and Sunday, so Friday before 4th and Sunday after 4th, we are keeping some staff on to make sure that we can handle the complaints even on the days on the other end of it.
Because I think the drive-through through the neighborhoods really sends a good message, you know, and it's not Big Brother is watching you, but it's that we're serious about this and we're enforcing this and you know, an ounce of prevention, right, so to speak. So again, thanks you and for all your officers for working this holiday weekend.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
So one of the questions that I had you answered, I was wondering about the 3rd and the 5th, especially if residents get wind that we're really enforcing on the 4th. It's likely that they'll just move their party to the 3rd or the 5th. So that's one thing I'm wondering. Quickly, I was in the ward meeting and I was impressed that a Ward 1 resident was suggesting, you know, starting with reaching out to your neighbor. I know the big parties in my neighborhood, even a small suggestion, you get big backlash and a little bit of anger. And so I could see how some residents might be fearful. I even hesitated to put a sign in my yard because I felt like that would make me a target a little bit, because some of our fireworks enthusiasts take it very seriously and they've already started on social media, you know, really being upset with us for not having a show. And then basically threatening, like, we're going to have bigger home shows than you can even imagine now. So it's going to be interesting for sure. So I did also want to thank you and your team for working the weekend. It's going to be a tough weekend and it's going to be a busy weekend. And I know that many teams means that, you know, nobody gets the day off, which is a big deal. So I appreciate that. I did wonder on some of the targeted neighborhoods where we know they're more condensed, if you had thought about maybe putting officers on bicycles?
I have. There are a few officers that are probably going to take that option up for part of the night too. But the thing is again, because of the number of complaints and trying to get to them, and I know some people said, well, can we sit and watch and wait and see if we see them? I don't know that we're going to have time for that. And so in order to make sure to get everybody to those complaints, I think in the cars is probably going to be a little bit more effective and efficient for us. But I do have a couple officers that have talked about that they may ride the bikes in some of those areas. So we'll see what we can do. And then we also have some people that are going to be in unmarked cars so that potentially see some of those things as well. So
okay. Well, without Thornton having their show, traffic won't be as much of a challenge. I know we had talked about putting bicycles, especially in Fox Run, when you can't even move through traffic. That's when they really have fun because they know cops can't get to them because traffic is at a standstill.
Yeah.
So yeah, well, I really appreciate it. Oh, Antonio, Councilmember Escobar.
Yes, I stepped away for a little bit a minute ago and I may have missed this, but are we working with the city of Thornton in terms of enforcement? I know I called in a complaint the other night. Could have been in Thornton. It could have been in Federal Heights. I don't know. You know, the southern part of Ward 4 is, who knows where that is coming from. It looked like it was coming from 104th and Huron, but projectiles, depending on their projection area, I guess you call it, the angle that did it go up. It could be coming from a variety of neighborhoods before you actually see the mortar going off in the sky. So is City of Thornton cooperating? Are they doing it? What are they doing?
Yes, actually Commander Osgood has been working with the commanders over at Thornton to address these issues. So he's been working with them on how we're going to handle those complaints when they're coming across jurisdiction.
Right, thank you very much.
And I would just add that I had an email exchange with Kevin Woods, their city manager, this morning and stressed that we're taking a zero tolerance approach to our fireworks enforcement this year. And he replied that they are doing that as well. They have a minimum fine, I believe, of $500. It might be a little bit more. So, you know, we can't guarantee what their response time will look like, but we will refer any complaints to them and make sure that we're doing everything we can on our side to communicate that fireworks are illegal in the state of Colorado.
Councilmember Peterson.
Yeah, thanks very much. Just to clarify, before everybody calls the police on any of those numbers, sparklers are legal, correct?
Correct. Sparklers are illegal. Yes.
Okay.
Pretty much everything else is illegal, but yes, sparklers are legal. So
is there any other things that we need to differentiate in our communication of, I mean, I know what a firework is and the cones and those types of things and the explosions and, you know, the rocket's red glare, right? So to speak. But like, what are those like, right, kids with those little snap pops? But what about things like, I don't know, like the little smoke bombs, right? Little cherry bombs or whatever they're called. Can you give me a quick rundown of what falls into a sparkler category and what falls into a big giant cone category?
So it's probably easier to say what is not a firework. So what is legal is basically the sparklers, trick matches, cigarette loads, toy noisemakers, the toy smoke devices, and novelty auto alarms. So anything besides—
I don't know what half of those things are, but okay.
So the little trick noisemakers are the things that the kids throw on the ground, those kind of things. And then the little smoke things. I mean, a good way to probably look at it is if it leaves the ground, it's illegal. So okay, if it shoots up in any way or leaves the ground. So a lot of people ask about fountains. Fountains are illegal. They shoot up sparks. They shoot them sometimes very high. So they are illegal. So I think that's probably one of the easiest ways to think about it is if it leaves the ground at all, it's probably illegal.
That's good information. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for the commander? Okay, well, thanks again for your work. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, and hope to see you all at the park maybe on the 4th of July at some point. So thank you.
Okay. Third item, diversity, inclusivity, social equity, next steps. City Manager Geyer.
Thank you, Mayor Lighty. I'm going to turn it over to Rupa Venkatesh, our assistant to the city manager, in just a minute. I wanted to provide some opening comments about this presentation. What we're hoping to do this evening is really start with the vision that we believe council set forth last year in the strategic plan when you developed diverse community as one of the many strategic priorities we have. We want to capture to date the work that we have done and offer some guidance and a framework on where the city can go. Advancing racial equity is a significant undertaking. And I'm not going to sit in front of you tonight and say that it's going to be accomplished through training. It's going to be accomplished through a few listening sessions. It's going to be multi-year perpetual work that the city needs to commit to. It needs to be funded, and I need the support to move this effort forward if council is serious about this endeavor. Racism is real. We've heard that time and again through the public comments made tonight. I believe we have found the right partner to work with us in this effort, and that's the Government Alliance on Race and Equity, also known as GARE. Rupa and I have had 2 conversations with our Mountain Plains Regional Director, Roberto Montoya. He lives here locally. It resides in Commerce City. He and his executive director, Gordon Goodwin, are prepared to assist us and give us guidance in this work. Rupa is going to walk you through the framework. There's a community aspect to this work, and there's an internal organizational aspect to this work. This work has never been done in the city of Northglenn. So I want to acknowledge that we do need to start from a place of what tools do we need to do this work. I have more than 5 generations in the workplace. I'm pretty sure it's safe to say there are more than 5 generations in our community, which is an asset. But we also have to recognize not everyone has the same reference point. So I really wanted to provide this framework for all of you tonight so we can start heading down this path. It needs to be intentional. It needs to be strategic. But I can't emphasize enough at the end of this presentation, I need council support to come back to you with the budget that I need, the tools that I need to move this forward. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Rupa, and then we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I will share my screen. Hi, Rupa. Oh, you're muted, I think.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay. So I just want to share one thing on a personal note, that one of the main reasons why I came here to Northglenn and moved cross country was because of the strategic plan that you'll see on the next slide. So with the City Council's vision of Northglenn being a diverse and welcoming community with some of the values of inclusivity, to me, it really resonated that City Council, the community, and the leadership in Northglenn were really serious about diversity initiatives. And that was one of the reasons why I wanted to come here to Northglenn. So I just want to say that I really appreciate Council's seriousness in this effort. So if you go to the next slide. So this is the strategic plan for 2019 to 2023 that Council, like I said, put forth. You can see that the vision is for Northglenn to be a diverse and welcoming community that celebrates its small town character, urban energy, and thriving businesses. And one of the values that City Council acknowledges that it's important for our community is inclusivity. If you go to the next slide. So one of City Council's strategic goals, just as a reminder, is to be a diverse community. And the first objective, 6.1, is specifically on this race and equity initiative. Unfortunately, because of COVID-19, we had to put a lot of these things on hold. But now that we are somewhat past the initial COVID-19 pandemic, we're now ready to move forward. So I'm super excited to be talking about this, and definitely excited to be talking about something other than COVID-19. And if you go to the next slide. So this is what Heather had referred to with the Government Alliance on Race and Equity, and what the government's role is in racial equity. And I'm not going to read this to you because it's in your packet and you can see it on the screen in front of you. But us becoming a member last year of GARE, it's really an important step in having that partnership and the resources that we need to really move this initiative forward.
Rupa?
Yes.
This is Randall. Sorry to interrupt. Could you go back a slide, please? Under the action plan, so we've joined GARE, and looks like we're in the process on various stages of development on those other bullet points. Can you now, or perhaps at the end of your presentation, whenever's most convenient for you, walk us through those and tell us kind of where we're at in terms of, you know, we're ice cold, or we've started, or we're in the process, or anything along those lines? Again, at any time that's most convenient for you.
Yeah, so you'll actually see these bullet points later in the presentation.
Great. Okay, thank you.
Sure. So again, I'm not going to read this to you, but this comes from GARE about why it's important to lead with race. And that last sentence is something that's also important. Focusing on racial equity provides the opportunity to introduce a framework, tools, and resources that can also be applied to other areas of marginalization. So though our initiative is called Diversity, Inclusivity, and Social Equity, we do understand that it is important to lead with race, and we do want to partner with GARE to start this framework. So why local government? So this, again, it comes from GARE as to the importance of local government and our role in implementing policy changes at multiple levels, and really addressing inequities that happen at a policy level. And I mean, again, you can read that, but that's essentially, you know, why it's important for us as local government to be leading this charge. So here is our draft framework. So as Heather mentioned, this is not something that is going to get solved overnight. It's not going to get solved in the next 90 days. It's a multi-year, long-term commitment that's going to take intentional and strategic work. It's also something that we want to have an internal and external focus, both of them working together. But internally, we want to look at our own employees and policies that we have as a city, and then externally making sure that we are engaging with our community. And I think tonight, hearing all of the voices during the public comment period is an important step towards that. And we've separated this framework into 3 different phases. The first phase, like I said, is to start the conversation. So we really need to understand what is the problem, what are the issues in Northglenn. And it's not something that you know, Heather and I can come up with ourselves. It's something that we really have to ask the community. We really have to ask our own employees. Delve deeper. So once we kind of understand what the issues are, to really lay that groundwork on training and education, and to start taking a look at our own internal policies. And then implement change is taking the recommendations that we get from our internal employees, from the community, on things that need to change, and then implementing those. And then, so anything that you see with a star is a new action item that has not yet been discussed with council. You're not going to see many of those. And these ideas probably are not really new to you guys, but we just wanted to acknowledge that we haven't brought this up before yet to you guys. So first phase, start the conversation. So as we said, we joined GARE. we did receive the NLC 2020 Diversity Award in March of 2020 for the Northglenn Arts Program. Equity Foundation's training through the Urban Sustainability Directors Network. So USDN is an organization that we are a part of. And Becky Smith actually gave us the opportunity to start a Equity Foundation's training workshop. So it's a series of 5 workshops, and the training is actually through GARE. And the purpose of the workshops is to lay a framework of normalizing conversations around racial equity. And then also, once we have that foundation of being able to understand what racial equity really is, applying that equity lens to sustainability. And the people on staff that are part of these workshops, it's a very diverse group of people from a diverse group of departments that are being represented. And through those conversations, we've talked about the importance of racial equity, but also that we would like to broaden this to more than just racial equity, but to also include diversity, inclusivity, and social equity. So that's where you see that name coming from. Another important aspect that we're doing internally right now and working towards is hiring a human resources director. And from my understanding, Heather's planning on this person to possibly be the first chief diversity officer for the city of Northglenn as well. We also heard from City Council that there's an interest in City Council going through an implicit bias training. One of the things that came out of the conversation that Heather and I had with Roberto and his boss and Gordon is that, yes, implicit bias training is important, but we might want to delve a little deeper in that and have council undergo an advancing racial equity training. So once we have more information on the scope of that, how long they envision that taking, if it can be done through a work session, we'll provide you with more information on that. And then as part of the start the conversation phase, one of the things we want to do is create an internal diversity, inclusivity, and social equity committee where we'd be leading with race based on the GARE model. And I can take a pause right there if you guys have any questions so far.
Looking for Councilmember Malika.
Yes, thank you. Sorry, I couldn't find my raise hand button. I forgot how to do that. All right, so quick question for you. Rupert, can you help just kind of explain a little bit more what the Chief Diversity Officer would be in charge of? What would be some of their job descriptions? What would we expect from somebody who's not only an HR director, but also a Chief Diversity Officer?
Okay, thanks. Go ahead.
I'll go ahead and respond, Councilmember Mollica. So my vision for having our first Chief Diversity Officer is really adding more value to the role of a Human Resources Director. Organizations have Human Resources Director, and I often say when I look at what organizations are doing, that's a traditional HR Director role. And when I talk about progressive, more advanced director roles, this is one of the elements of that. And what I mean by that is you're asking your HR director to be a strategic partner within the organization. And you don't put that function of HR into a silo and say, just focus on HR, because HR has the underpinnings of the entire organization. HR has influence and ability to positively impact the organization. And ultimately, I've seen firsthand where HR has undermined the culture of an organization. And so what I hope to do is by hiring our next, our HR director and really establishing this individual to take on this Chief Diversity Officer role, they're going to help be that right-hand advisor to me of these are the steps we need to take to make sure we're advancing our racial equity efforts, both internally and externally, because while they're parallel paths to start, I think they intersect at different points. And so, we often hear individuals say, your organization should reflect your community. Well, how do you achieve that? That's not as simple as you just handpick individuals. You have to look at your systems, your processes, and your programs, and it starts with your hiring processes. So I'm really looking for a dynamic individual who's skilled and has a proven track record in developing these initiatives within organizations, and can help create that here in Northglenn. Like I said earlier, this is a conversation that the organization and the community has never had with this intention of advancing racial equity. I mean, it's one thing to say we need to do implicit bias training, or we need to be an inclusive and diverse community. But I think as we dig deeper and really truly listen, there's going to be things that come up. There's going to be a lot of moments of discomfort. There's going to be challenges of how do we handle this situation? How do we move this effort forward? And so I'm looking at adding value to the organization in a way that's going to help support this overall effort. And I truly believe when I go back and I look at the comments that I've read in our first employee engagement survey in terms of what employees want out of the human resources department, this is a big piece of it. They want an HR department that's credible, an individual that's people oriented, an individual that values individuals in so many different ways, grows individuals. And so it's a big vision. I've seen organizations do it. I know it's possible. We have partners here locally that we can look to. City of Fort Collins, City of Boulder, cities across the nation, City of Hayward has done really great advanced work in this area. And so we're going to need to lean on them. But the hiring of the HR director position is going to be key in how we move this overall effort forward.
Councilmember Peterson.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Member Mullica, did you want to follow up?
No, I was just going to say thank you, but thanks.
Yeah, you bet. Rupa, the bullet point, second to bottom under the red, created diversity, inclusivity, and social equity committee. Could you talk to me a little bit about that, you or Heather? And do you envision this being, within city employees, council and city, public, council and city, or some hybrid of any of those? Tell me what you see as this committee, its role, and then who its constituent, and not who its constituents are, but how do you anticipate its members? Where do they come from?
Yeah, so this part of it, the diversity, inclusivity, and social equity committee, that piece of it would be internal. So it would be city employees, and we haven't nailed down the exact framework for the committee, but how we're envisioning it is, I think it's really important for the committee not to be just managers and supervisors and people at that level. I think it needs to be a mix of frontline employees with managers and supervisors as well. And for me, part of talking about racial equity and social equity and diversity and inclusivity is that it's part of its training and education and laying that framework, but it's also employee connections. And the same thing goes for when we talk about the external committee as well. So once you connect with each other, I think you naturally have these conversations, and it makes it less uncomfortable once you have those connections. So I'm not sure how big the committee is going to be, but we do envision it being internal, spread across the board of employees of all different levels. And that committee will really decide on what they want to see their city, the city of Northglenn, internally to be. And part of that, I mean, with employee connections, we talked about doing things like book clubs and and tournaments, just to have that employee connection, but also to start talking about things like what policies need to be changed. And that's part of the delve deeper part of it, but I do see it as an internal employee committee that's diverse in terms of how we think about diversity, but also diversity in terms of having representation from all levels of employees.
So Rupa, quick follow-up on that. So when you say employees, our police officers are included in that, is that correct?
Yes, of course.
Okay. Councilmember Brown?
Oh, my question's for Heather. You've been looking for a new HR person for quite a while now. How close are you getting to making a decision, or are you still out searching?
The first round of applications were due today. The last time I checked with our executive recruiter, that was over a week ago, she had over 118 applications. So I would imagine that amount to have increased probably by a good 20 to 30 applicants. Now, some of those won't meet minimum quals. You always have an element of that in an applicant pool. But part of why I selected Novak Consulting Group is they have experience in working with communities where diversity and inclusivity is important, and that they understand the connection in the hiring process. And so Catherine and I have been in communication. She's aware of the conversations that council is having during this time and the challenges that we face. And so she's very aware of what I'm looking for and what I expect to see in terms of the applicants that the candidates that get moved forward in the process.
Thank you.
Does anybody else have any questions for Rupa before she continues? I didn't see any other hands. All right, back to you.
All right, so start the conversation external. So some of the things that council is already doing. So Mayor Leidy's statement that she made a couple of meetings back, the discussion that you all will have tonight on the banners, the PD 360 assessment engagement efforts. So we did have a conversation with Gare on what that next step could look like. So once we have more information on what those next steps are, we'll certainly share that with you. My Brother's Keeper pledge that Mayor Leidy signed, as well as Chief May and the city manager. The next slide will go into a little more detail about that. So some of the things that I don't think have talked to you guys about yet. So a lot of cities are passing resolutions to promote racial equity work. So we are planning on presenting a draft resolution for council support during the July 6th study session. What does your ideal community look like? So this is just a community engagement idea that we had that we would put up. We haven't worked out the details yet, but it would be at E.B. Raines Park. And just a question that we would ask, an open-ended question by design, saying, what does your ideal community look like? And members of the community can write on there, what they envision their community to be. The Youth Commission. So Amanda shared with us that at the last Youth Commission meeting, there was a lot of interest from the Youth Commission on having these conversations themselves and also connecting with other youth groups in the region to talk about racial equity and what that means. And they were asking for help in, what sort of trainings they could have. So we're reaching out to Gare and some other resources to try and figure out what resources and trainings or speakers that we could provide to them so they can start understanding the topic a little bit better per their request, and also for them to start the conversation and maybe provide some recommendations back to City Council. The city website landing page. So Heather had emailed, I think right before the start of the meeting tonight, on the new city website landing page that we'll start putting information out on what we're doing to advance diversity, inclusivity, and social equity. So you can check that out. And then one of the other things that we heard from the last city council meeting is that it's really important to identify community leaders and organizations and faith leaders that can help us connect with those people in the community that may not always be engaged in these conversations, but it's really important for us to talk to them about it so we can get their perspective. So that's part of that start the conversation phase. Any questions?
Looking. Oh, Councilmember Mullica.
Thanks. Okay, so a quick question that I have for you, and actually, I guess it's just more of a comment, Rupa, especially around the Youth Commission, and I forget which council member is on that board now. Is it Becky, I think?
It is.
Okay, awesome. So one of the things that I actually think would be really interesting, especially from this perspective and this opportunity for them, is if they bring us back suggestions and conversations. So I heard a great kind of example from Commerce City Youth Commission. They actually put on their own conference every single year, led by the Youth Commission themselves. They decide what the topic is, they figure out speakers and things like that. I really feel like empowering them to lead the conversation could be helpful. And a lot with some of this other work, I feel like a lot of this is our typical status quo, kind of the way that our city tries to do outreach and things like that, which I don't think is necessarily a bad thing, although it's not really reaching a majority of the residents that I feel like we need to reach for this conversation. And so that is just kind of some of my initial thoughts with this. And so I like the idea of like, what does your ideal community look like? But how is it going to be different than any other typical outreach, that we do that, isn't always successful? So it's not a question to be answered. It's just initial thoughts. Thanks.
Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. I actually do agree with Julie in some respects. I'm wondering with the Youth Commission, I think it would be really good. In our last meeting, I made a request that, we bring the leaders of color from our community together to have a conversation. It would be really nice to have a 2-part conversation or even a 3-part conversation, bringing in our Youth Commission into that and the leaders in the community, I guess, which would be us. But I really strongly feel that communication and opening up those lines of communications, generational, can help us a lot in this issue. That's all I have.
So I'm wondering about the lens of this slide, because I know we've had conversations about like the listening tour, and so I don't know if they just because I don't know why that part's not on there. I wanted to comment quickly on the draft resolution. There are quite a few cities that are doing that. One thing that I thought was interesting that Golden did was they declared racism a public health crisis. And as such, it deserves the same time, attention, and funding as a public health crisis would. So I thought that was interesting. So just a comment. Are there any other questions for Rupa on this section? Heather or Rupa, did you guys want to talk about why there's not kind of some community outreach pieces in that external part?
They're on the
so you'll see that in the delve deeper section.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Oh yeah, you're right. We're just on start the conversation.
So I will say though, just a real quick comment. I completely agree that it's really, really important that we are engaging with our community, but not the same people. I mean, it's great that the same people will stay engaged, but really trying to connect with those people that we really need to connect with. So the idea that council had during the last meeting, which was to identify community leaders and organizations and faith leaders. I think that part of it's really important to start to connect with those people that don't necessarily always participate. All right, so my Brother's Keeper pledge. So this pledge is a 4-part pledge. The first, review your police use of force policies. So this is something that was started with the PD 360 assessment by Barry Dunn. The second, engage your communities by including a diverse range of input, experiences, and stories in your review. So the final report that Barry Dunn will have will be made public on July 10th, and then that will also include a virtual bulletin board. And that piece, again, is just to start the conversation with the community and provide an opportunity for people to comment if they want. Barry Dunn will then do a presentation to City Council on July 22nd. And then there'll be another telephone town hall specifically about that assessment. And then the next 2 pieces to report the findings of your review to your community and seek feedback and reform your community's police use of force policies. So the reporting piece is something that I think GARE can help us in terms of having that community engagement efforts even further than the telephone town hall and the virtual bulletin board. And then reforming your community's police use of force policies, I think would just depend on the input that we would get from the community.
Any questions on that part? Just looking for hands. Okay. Oops.
Okay, delve deeper. So internally, some of the things that we initially were thinking of was to identify the PD assessment priorities moving forward. So coordinate microaggression or other training for staff, council, boards, and commissions. So this is part of what Councilmember Peterson was asking about. It goes back to the strategic goal 6, objective 1. And so in 6.1 in the strategic plan, we just talk about microaggression training, but based on any best practices that we see and recommendations from GARE, we wanted to leave it a little bit more open-ended than just microaggression training. So development of an equity toolkit. So this is something that we discovered through the USDN Equity Foundations training, that GARE has an equity toolkit. And the purpose of a toolkit, so each city should really create its own, but the purpose of it is to have a lens to look at each program to determine whether or not the program is equitable and it's achieving the goals and outcomes that you want it to achieve. So I envision this as something that the internal committee would be a part of to create that toolkit and then to start auditing any existing programs that we have right now. And then any new programs that we create would go through that equity toolkit. So it's not, again, something that's going to be created in 90 days. We really need the foundation of training first and then coming up with a toolkit. So it's going to take some time. And then external ideas that we heard from council. So the partnering with Anythink libraries for educational series, scholarship programs, leadership programs. So the community listening tours, I know, is something that's really important to council. So this is where it falls, is what we're envisioning. So what we really need to do as well is to identify a facilitator to have these community listening tours. And that facilitator could be somebody that we identify as a community leader. It could be somebody that we need to hire from the outside. We don't know yet. And then the creation of a community task force or board or committee is also something that would be an external facing community committee. And then the last piece on here is community dinner. So I don't know if you guys have ever seen this before in other places, but the idea is you would close off a street, like a main street. So Community Center Drive, for example, you would close off Community Center Drive, put down a long table, just invite people from the community to sit and break bread. So restaurants, local restaurants can sponsor this. People can bring their own food. But the idea is that everybody loves food. And you can have those informal conversations that lead to deeper things in a more informal setting like a community dinner. So with COVID right now, we probably can't do it. But hopefully it's something that we can do in the near future. So the last phase is to implement change. So based on recommendations that we hear from the community, from residents, from internal employees, and from council, of course, this would be where we would implement permanent policy changes. If there's a need for a permanent diversity advisory board, and then, of course, like I said, to implement any other feedback that we get from the community and internally. So next steps, this is what Heather was referring to. So Heather, I will turn it back over to you.
Thanks, Rupa. And Rupa was being very humble and not giving herself credit. So I will, for the framework that she presented tonight in terms of the 3 steps, and then the different ideas about the community dinner and the opportunity to give input at EB Rains Park. So part of going back to why, Rupa shared that she's was interested in coming to Northglenn. She brings with her experience from the town of Mooresville and in her other work for a U.S. Senator. So I'm really grateful that she joined our organization, and I'm really excited about this path that we've laid out for you tonight. So going back to my ask, we have put many things on hold during COVID-19, and I am hearing that this is a significant priority for council. You can correct me if I'm wrong tonight, but I'm going to need to Rupa and I are going to need to continue to do work to identify what we need budget-wise and bring that back to you. And we're going to need to continue to follow up on the different pieces, such as the listening tour, finding a facilitator, identifying a facilitator for implicit bias training. We made some headway today when we talked with Borden and Roberto with Gare. And so there's a lot to be done, and happy to answer any questions. I truly believe this is the right path to head down. I think this is really important work. And like I've said before, this is work the city has not done. And that's not good or bad in my mind. We're at a place where we're ready to do this work. From my perspective as manager, we're better positioned than many organizations to do this work. So I hope that we receive your support with the draft framework, and happy to answer any questions.
Councilmember Brown.
Hi, Heather. And I think you did a fantastic job on this. And I think you said some real positive things. And I was sitting here listening to you what you liked about Northglenn. And those are the same things that drew me to Northglenn so many years ago. I'm not going to talk about how many, but it's been a long time. I think this is a great start. I think that we have to move forward with it. It's definitely in the forefront. It's been in our forefront for quite a while. I can't see City Council having to get into the middle of this. You guys are on the road. I would like to make sure that in some respect we can bring in more people of diversity into this, or more people of color into these conversations, I guess in echoing the callers from today, I guess I would fall in white privilege raised by a very poor family. But I do believe in Black Lives Matter. I do believe on all that, and I believe that this is a very important step to get us here. So I appreciate all the hard work you did. I love the community dinner idea, and it's already going through my head how we can do it with social distancing even. So I did really enjoy that. That was a new, fresh thought. So thank you very much for the hard work that you put into it. I endorse it 100%, Heather. We've got to get going, and we've got to get going now. We're going to have so many big projects in our attempt to save the world coming up that I fear we might miss a step because everybody's going to be so incredibly busy. But this is very, very, very important. And I just wanted to get my opinion out there. Thank you very much again, Rupa. You did a wonderful job.
Thanks. Okay. Councilmember Escobar.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Heather, I totally 100% support this project. And to piggyback on what Councilmember Brown just mentioned about inclusiveness and including people of color, I was reminded by a Native American friend of mine who was discussing a situation, and he mentioned that the feds were going into the reservation to address this situation and telling the people of the reservation what was good for them. I want to make sure we avoid that. You know, we don't need a bunch of politicians, do-gooders, or whatever. We need community members. We have, as in the category of faith leaders, two people immediately jumped up in mind. One is the mosque, the imam who is head of the mosque, and then the Assembly of God Church on Pecos, the Hispanic-speaking church. There's two faith leaders that you could tap into. And maybe they have people within their congregations if they don't want to participate. But we do need to be very diligent in terms of reaching out to the people that we're going to talk about. Not to say that we're not just discussing, white privilege, because we all need an education. Everybody needs an education. And the change doesn't come through legislation. The change comes through the heart. If you don't have a heart, nothing's going to happen. You have to want to do this work. And, we can make all the resolutions, make all the laws and all the legislation. I grew up in the 50s, 60s, 70s. I was in Los Angeles for the 65 Watts riot. I saw a city halfway burned down. I've experienced all this stuff, and there's been so much legislation, and yet nothing's been accomplished. So I would focus more on the community work and community involvement. I've probably said 1,000 things right there. Thank you.
Thank you. So it'll be Councilmember Malika and then Councilmember Goff.
Okay, thank you. And so I'm actually, I was sitting here and I was trying to think about, I feel a little uneasy with some of the external suggestions that were put here. And I think Antonio really put it into words for me. He helped me come to this idea that I was thinking, because I really want a lot of our external efforts to be community led. I don't want us to be telling them what they should be, I don't know, how to dictate the conversation. I don't want to run the conversation. I really feel like we need to be thoughtful and creative in how we allow them to go through their own process and bring, information back to us. I just don't really feel like the city or any member of council should really be, micromanaging that conversation. I feel like there's going to be an organic process that could happen if we allow the opportunity to be there. I like a lot of the internal suggestions that you put on here, especially the equity toolkit. I was looking at on the website, and I think it looks like a really good plan to start going down. And I guess I'm just echoing Antonio what he said. A resolution sounds awesome, but I'm really interested in really making some real change. And I feel like that is going to be through those external processes, through a community-led engagement effort. So yeah, those are my comments. Thanks.
Okay. So I pulled the screen back up again, Councilmember Mullica, because I wanted to double check. So I was confused when Rupa was presenting that these were the start the conversation pieces, and then the delve deeper. It looks like these are ideas that they had heard from us. So if we have more ideas, since they pulled them from us to begin with, I'm guessing that they would be willing to hear those. But these are in that delve deeper section. So Councilmember Goff.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of comments I have. First of all is I agree with everything that the three previous counselors have mentioned here tonight. I don't, I would just echo what they're saying. But a couple of things is that this, I'm not happy or really satisfied with the idea of these phases being kind of linear. In other words, like, we have to do all this, start the conversation and then the delve deeper and then implement. Because I think some of these, the changes will be implementing the changes, a change right now would be having conversations about this. So, that there's some overlap here or some things that can be happening simultaneously. For example, under the, in the delve deeper, that we've been looking at, the creation of the community task force / board. That's, that's something that we are going to be discussing this evening, I think. And if I'm understanding that right, this community task force, I don't know if it's exactly the same as the police and community partnership task force that's on our agenda, or if it's in addition to, or is that what we're working on? So I do have a couple of questions. Overall, I like the idea. I think we need to do something that indicates our commitment to working on this for the long haul, whatever it may be. And I actually think this work should continue, could easily and probably should continue beyond any of us being on the city council, because this is something that could take many, many years. And I hate to think that, in 2 years or 4 years or 8 years, a new set of people come in and go, oh, we don't need to do that anymore. And I don't know if there's any way to, guarantee that, but I just really hope that we can signal strongly that that's what we want to be committed to setting in motion and working on our entire tenure on this board. Or excuse me, council. Thank you.
Thank you. So I have before Mayor Pro Tem, I don't know who's on the phone. Is that Councilmember Brown? No? Okay. So Mayor Pro Tem Wilford and then Councilmember Peterson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I apologize for the dark light here. I had to change my venue for just a moment. So yeah, thank you, Rupa and Heather, for bringing this forward. I think the Government Alliance for Race and Equity, it looks like a good place to start organizationally in terms of building out our framework. And I appreciate that, you all were thoughtful in what you put together here. And I do really support, an investment here. And I support not waiting until we're through COVID or waiting until the next budget cycle to advance this work, because the reality is we can't wait. So I guess, just kind of echoing some of the comments that I've heard from council members, Goff, Mullica, and Escabel. I'm just wondering, why are we waiting so long to launch a race and equity task force? Why aren't we just doing that now and letting that task force kind of organically help guide us throughout this process, at least the community process? Like, I feel like, the more internal steps that we want to take make sense for us to dictate. But I think if we truly want community buy-in and we want a solution that fits Northglenn,
I think it's important to get the right people at the table and have them be a part of this conversation instead of setting intentions about what the conversation should be without folks included. And so I guess I just want to challenge the idea that we should wait on pulling together a conversation in a task force. I think that that should actually be probably one of our first steps. And I also agree with Councilmember Goffin that, I think that this is a board, a commission that should be established in the same way that our Parks and Rec Advisory Board is established, in the same way that our Youth Commission is established, and that's here in perpetuity, because I don't think that, it'll do our city any justice to look or to examine ourselves internally and externally, once or for 6 months or for a year and then move on. Like, this is going to be a constant process that's going to evolve and change, that we're going to constantly have to check ourselves. And so I want to make sure that we are creating space to be able to do that. And I appreciate that I'm hearing, the necessary longevity of this work. I have a couple other questions just in terms of some of the start the conversation tactics. But I also recognize there are other council members that want to speak. But I'm just trying to understand. So Rupa, you mentioned a little bit about what does your ideal community look like as kind of a place to start the conversation. Is that a recommendation that's coming from GARE? Is that another, like, where is that recommendation coming from? Because I feel like, in the past when we've done exercises like that in terms of, what do you want your community to look like? How do you think Northglenn is doing? We kind of get the same responses. And I again, understand that it's about starting the conversation, but I feel like the conversation's already started and we all just need to dig a little bit deeper. And I guess the last point I'll share is just the sentiment that I'm not seeing anything here around, reaching out and providing spaces for individuals who speak different languages. So that might be something that could be a good addition here as well. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Sorry. We have Councilmember Peterson and then Councilmember Downing.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Rupa, outstanding presentation and legwork on this, and Heather as well. This is work that I'm really looking forward to and work that I'm proud to be a part of. I'm going to be proud to be a part of for a long time. One of the things that I think is really important is being methodical and thoughtful and starting at step 1 and not at step 12. And if we're on board and as we move forward on this, I think we're really going to see good things. One of the experiences I've had, many experiences in many of my past professions and lives and stuff, is that sometimes going, multiple steps at a time, you could lose and hamper some really good ideas. And so it's important to start it and to do it. And I'm excited to move forward on this work. And I'm very proud to be a part of, with this council, to do this work.
Thank you. Councilmember Downing?
Thank you. I also agree. Thank you, Rupa, for great work. I'm really excited about it. I think it's true that we have put a lot of things on the back burner due to the COVID issue, but this is a priority not only for myself, but I think just listening to the council that it is also a priority for us, and I really, really want to move forward with it. I agree with Councilman Peterson. We can't start at step 12 when we have to go through the entire steps. I think we have to have a logical progression. So I advocate for that. I'm really excited. I mean, really part of our strategic plan, the council was forward in thinking of actually addressing some of these problems. And so I think that it's going to be a good plan. I'm looking forward to being part of it. I totally agree with Councilwoman Mullica that the council should not be micromanaging this. I think staff has put something together that is excellent, and we should, and going with GARE, we should work forward with that. So that's my comments concerning, this. But I also want to note that it's almost 11 o'clock and want to know we need to have a motion to move forward with that, to continuing the council meeting.
Thank you, Joyce. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Perfect. I'm sorry. I also want to echo that as parliamentarian. We know that we cannot take the meeting past 11 o'clock unless we have a vote. And I know that one of the issues that we have on the agenda tonight is very important. It is the last item on the agenda, and I'm sorry, I'm on my phone now. So I don't remember what it's specifically called. In my opinion, that needs to be moved over to a study session. I was going to move for that anyhow, so I just want you guys to keep that in mind. In order for us to do that, well, first of all, it's not something that we can vote on tonight at the dais. There were two members who worked together on it, and it's something as a council, we agreed that we would work together. So we've not had a study session to go over that information. Therefore, speaking for myself, I'm not prepared to vote or move forward on it. That is not to say that I am not for reform. That is not to say that I'm not for transparency. I just want this to go before a study session. My suggestion would be that it be available to us at the next study session next Monday, and that we have the appropriate time allotted to actually discuss that and give it a thorough going over, make our decisions, and then determine the steps that we spoke about as a council. But most importantly, we need to vote in order to go past 11 o'clock. Mayor?
Yes, and if I could just have a quick moment, I wanted to address this part of the presentation, and then can I throw it back to you, Becky? Is that okay? Actually, Ashley didn't get a chance either, so I'm going to give Ashley 2 minutes, and then I'd like to weigh in.
I don't even need 2 minutes. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to give Heather what she needed. This is a priority in our community, and I think it's a priority among council. So I support the work, and I support the work and the framework that Rupa has put together. I really appreciate all of that. So there you go. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and I'm not going to repeat. Everyone on council said very thoughtful things that I agree with. One of the additional things, as she was presenting, both Heather and Rupa, I just became very thankful for you grounding us in our strategic plan. It can feel really crazy navigating social media and news and lots of passionate residents. And it just felt good to kind of reground in a plan that we have that's very solid, and it's good work, and it's well organized, and it's very thoughtful. So I just appreciate that. And yes, 100% move forward with it. We will look forward to having those budget conversations around what pieces cost how much, because we are going to have to consider that as well. Okay, sorry. Back to you, Becky.
Okay. So I don't know. Do I ask for Joanna to call the vote? Joanna, can you call the vote to carry the meeting past 11 p.m.?
I think you need a motion.
Anybody want to do a motion to move to run the meeting past 11 o'clock?
So if we don't do the motion, should we switch to the motion to end the meeting? Is that because
I guess we got to go. We have to do the motion to approve running the city council meeting past 11 o'clock. I just made the motion. I just need someone to second it.
Second.
And then we can vote.
And now we vote. Okay. Joanna, call the vote, please.
Mayor Leidy.
So the motion, I just want to clarify before I vote. The motion is, we're saying we will continue after 11. I'm going to say no.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Okay. I'm going to vote no.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilford.
Yes.
Councilmember Witkovich.
No.
Councilmember Peterson.
No.
Councilmember Downing.
No.
Councilmember Brown,
No.
Councilmember Goff,
Yes.
Councilmember Duran Mullica,
Yes.
Councilmember Escabel.
No.
So the motion to continue the meeting past 11 p.m. fails. The 3 affirmative votes cast by council members, Duran Mullica, Mayor Pro Tem Wilford, and Councilmember Goff.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Joe.
So we have 1 minute to wrap up. In this case, do we just adjust the tentative future agendas going forward, Heather?
Yes, that's what I'd recommend. Corey, you can jump in here. I believe that the guidance is that we need to place these items on the next available meeting. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't remember the exact language.
The items that Corey, or the items that Jenny and Julie sponsored on the agenda today really need to go to the very next study session.
I believe there are also other items.
Yes, I would definitely say the light pole banners. I mean, now we're delaying that another week. So it definitely needs to be as soon as we can get that. Because, I mean, by the time we get this organized, who knows how long it's going to take.
Okay, back to Corey. Corey, what did you say? I didn't hear
No,
you.
I was just going to say that these were discussion items, not action items. I certainly agree they should be put on the next as expeditiously as possible. But I think the requirement is if they were action items, and these are only discussion items.
Okay. So as it is 11 o'clock, I'm going to adjourn the meeting.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Meredith. Have a good
everyone.
evening.